Evening. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, and my non-binary friends, we're about to start the second day of our fourth Transformation Summit. And we're just going to do a little bit of a reflection on what transpired yesterday, as we know that the summit actually started yesterday just after the memorial lecture. And what we can get from that is from our different presenters yesterday, from Dr. Masondo to our Neha representative, Mr. Nkoi, we got to understand the different strategies or approaches that we can use to be able to deal with transformation. And Dr. Masondo was specifically speaking to shift away a bit from only looking at it from a race perspective, but also looking at it from a class perspective to be able to get insight. And he was talking about the pot and what we put in the pot and what the ingredients are for us to get the meal that we want. And we also heard about the diversity framework and the different elements that we can put per our priority and our context as an institution to be able to reach the diversity, which is what Professor Stein was saying. And she was telling us that whether we are for transformation or against it, transformation is still going to happen. But it will all depend on us and how we contextualize it as an institution. And we also heard from our young speaker, Menaidu, who was specifically reflecting on the challenges that are currently facing our youth inside of the Free State, with unemployment rate and the approach that we must specifically use, which I think also it was touched on by our union representative to say that how do we then use our curriculum to transform and give the approach that they understand are socially conscious. And we teach them those skills that they need to have and also the business skills for them to become beyond just the technical part, but also entrepreneurial and survive. Then we also, like I've said, from our union rep, we have heard about the different challenges that are facing black academics, specifically looking at the interventions that government is supposed to have and the documents or report that government has regarding how do we build and support our black academics, given the task team report and what the task team report is saying, other specific recommendations per an institution or a university. So with that being said, that is how a little bit just a recap on what we had yesterday. And today, if you look at the theme of today, it says that it's advancing transformation in higher education within the context of continued consequences and segregation. And there will be a slight change to the specific program because of, you will see that with yours, the one that you are having, today we're supposed to start with the opening and welcome, which was supposed to be done by Prof. Makula. But because this is a continuation of yesterday, and that introduction and opening was already done yesterday, we did not want to make it a redundant program. So we will go straight into the second part, which is a message of support by the executives. And today we have Dr. Paul, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Resources and Operations. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Okay, clap.
Good morning, everybody. All protocol observed. I'm not sure who is in our midst today. Based on the delegations from government. Anybody? None. All right, colleagues, thank you so much for the opportunity to say a few words at this really important, I don't want to call it event, I want to call it a moment in our institution. And the difference between an event and a moment is, I think an event happens, and I think a moment causes us to continue to reflect on what we've been exposed to and what we've experienced. I would like to make a few comments, and I first of all want to commend the organizers of this moment for the way they've conceptualized this program. When I looked at the program, not only the structure but the content, the way the overarching theme is aggregated by way of the various discussion topics and the themes of the different days suggests to me that there's deep understanding and appreciation of the transformational opportunities, obligations, and necessities in higher education. I want to be provocative. Having been complimentary now, I want to be provocative for a minute. So, Dr. Mantwa, today's theme is about advancing transformation in higher education within the context, the continued consequences. Let me start again. Advancing transformation in higher education within the context of continued consequences of segregation. I guess there's something missing there. I want to be provocative and say that that topic is slightly incomplete. And I say it is incomplete for two reasons. I think there needs to be something added in front, and I'll propose what that should be. Secondly, I think it is a topic in its present form, and I think what it needs to be is a call to action rather than a topic. So let's make it a call to action. So what I would insert at the very front of that proposition are the words deliberate and intentionally advancing transformation in higher education within the context of the continued consequences of segregation. I would insert the words deliberate and intentionally. And I say that on the basis that in order for the knowledge economy, higher education institutions, to play the transformational agent role in society, the knowledge economy itself needs to transform from the inside and then permeate the transformational consequences, gains, learnings, and insights into the communities. And there are various ways of doing that. That is by infusing transformational content into our curriculum. It is by enriching our research agenda, by focusing on the vexing issues that are still lingering and continuing to divide us as a society, suppressing our people, the vestiges of that ugly system that divided us for many decades. And so the knowledge economy needs to do that in order for it to play that role of being the agent of change in society. And so I think those must be some of the lines of inquiry, Prof. Makola, that must of necessity emerge out of a moment such as this. Two consequences that I think have particularly continued to haunt us as a society and as a sector in specific order. As the one is that, you know, the apartheid system has handed down, or first of all, it's implemented a highly immoral, unequal, and dysfunctional education system. That's what it's designed and implemented. And we have inherited much more than we think. Or let me say that we may think we've inherited by way of the design and implementation of that deeply unequal, deeply immoral, and deeply dysfunctional system of education. If I look at across this room, many of us have, in spite of those conditionalities, been able to get where we are today. And we are going to get further than where we are today. And that's the message that we need to get across to our students. That when they return back to society, as I always say, our students are on loan from society. They are on loan from society. It's our job to equip them with the necessary transformational mindsets that will enable them to go back and be those transformational agents. And those are the opportunities that we as a university need to seize to help our country, to help the sector, to help our people to dislodge themselves from this trap that we find ourselves in of the segregationist consequences. There's a second thing that I think higher education institutions that we need to advance through our research, through especially CUT, through our innovation, our social innovation, our technology innovation, and technological innovation. And that is the whole question of housing. I participated in a discussion on Tuesday in Johannesburg, where the topic of backyarding. Are you familiar with backyarding? Yes?
Yes.
That's where many of our students are living. Where an official in the Department of Housing in Gauteng, he was singing the praises of those who are offering backyarding solutions. And then I asked him, but how do we reconcile what you consider to be a helpful solution with the fact that it is highly dehumanizing? They sometimes, by his own admission, 10 to 15 students share one ablution facility. There are sometimes situations where there's no running water. And so I think that social dilemma, that developmental dilemma, which, by the way, is guaranteed by way of our Constitution. But as an institution of higher learning, as an institution that is endowed with the inherent capability to solve real problems, I think that is one of the key challenges that we need to tackle. And we can. We have been able to solve so many real problems in people's lives, in society, through our innovation programs. And I believe, Dr. Mantua, if we are going to pursue those two lines of inquiry, amongst all the others, I think we would have given effect to what I tried to provocate this morning, and that is to say, let us problematize this. Let us convert this topic into a call to action by saying that we need to be deliberate and intentional about advancing transformation in higher education in order to break loose. We have to. We simply have to spin out of this downward spiraling cycle of segregationism in order to properly set our people free. Political freedom has come. Economic freedom, I'm not so sure. The most powerful weapon that we have in our hands is education. Let us optimize that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can see that there was a tall person there. As we are vertically challenged, we always have to adjust things. Thank you, Dr. Paul, for your message. And I think the first part of what you have reflected is what was said when you talk about the curriculum is something that formed part of the reflections of yesterday, is that we are living in a colonized curriculum and we need to decolonize the curriculum. It's one of the things that I picked up from what your message. And also putting the words deliberate and intentional, they are verbs. So they are action words. So by just putting them in there, you're changing the statement and making it not just a statement, but giving it action and expecting action to happen. So we really want to thank you for saying to us that it should not become what was said yesterday, a ticking box exercise and just a discussion, but we should try to put this into action and be deliberate and intentional about it. And now we're going to go to our next speaker of the day. I think she is online, Councillor Mokosi. She's an external council member of the Central University of Technology. And she's going to give a message on the education, a pathway to empowerment and changing your destiny. Menoni, I can see that you're already there. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give her a round of applause? You may speak, Me.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And it's a privilege to be with you today. And in particular, I would really like to focus what I am saying today, and it's just a brief message of support, endorsement, and encouragement, particularly to our primary key stakeholder, which is students. And in that, I would like to just support what Dr. Paul has just presented to us, and appreciate all the speakers that have actually presented in terms of the whole summit that we have this year. And just to appreciate what the Deputy Minister did present to us, even though I wasn't party to the entire presentation, but also appreciate all the other speakers that came before us, and not to take away from what they are doing. Mine is just a very brief message of support, and as I said, particularly to students, and that is the context in which I would like to just give you a few words, and I hope that they will be appreciated and taken in the spirit in which I'm presenting these. Just to pick up on what a few things that Dr. Paul has actually mentioned, which is actually quite aligned to what I have to say today. Respectfully, is just, yes, this is certainly a call to action. And I did hear the criticism that was tabled yesterday, in that we should not be seen to just be another tick box exercise, doing an exercise year in, year out. This is real, and we need to make significant progress, and we need to be held to account in terms of transformation. And we too are agents of transformation in our society. And I believe that we are all agents of transformation, including the students, that we actually, I personally see the students as being very critical stakeholder, and they are the key to our future. And it's very important that we actually appreciate and acknowledge students in that light. The purpose really is that I'd like to just present today is just to look at how education is and it has been seen by many parties as a pathway to out of poverty cycles, poverty traps, and disempowerment. And Dr. Paul has made reference to the legacy that we all know of in terms of our past, so I won't dwell on that. However, we know that South Africa is really plagued by triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequity. And the way that I view this, I view education as being a key liberator and a key input in terms of our getting ourselves out of that cycle. And it's also something that equalizes us all. And if we take education seriously and actually extend ourselves and immerse ourselves in it, we can be the best that we can be of ourselves. And we can actually use education to actually get us out of the situation that we're in. And I think if we follow the Chinese model, if we look to recent developments, I know that in the past 2 weeks or so, the Chinese Communist Party, which is the ruling party in China, have actually focused a lot on how they have actually gotten most of their populations out of extreme poverty. And one of the key things that they've used to drive that is education and development, but fundamentally focused on innovation and technology. And I think that is an opportunity that we do have within CUT being a university of technology. But just to predicate what I'd like to say, I'd just like to just give a little bit of context in terms of the views that I look at. And I know in my engagements with different people, I've actually mentioned that I would rather think of the concept not in terms of transformation, because transformation is in the strict terms is an economic principle, and it has specific connotations. But I think of it more in terms of empowerment. And empowerment is addressing the issue of power and how one centralizes that within themselves. And it's really about, it's focused, the way that I view empowerment, the philosophy, my philosophical basis in terms of empowerment is to look at it in terms of how Amartya Sen, who was a Nobel laureate, who won, he's an economist, but he's a philosopher as well. And he won many a Nobel Prize in terms of his concepts, in terms of how he looks at the capabilities, which really is about where education fits in, capabilities and advancement of resources in terms of looking at true empowerment that is meaningful. So that really is the way that I look at this. And the way I see it, I see education. Education has been shown by many to be a pathway out of this lacunae. So this is what I'd like to present to you. So getting back to the philosophical base that Amartya Sen and other people have actually focused on and developed, it's looking at capabilities and agency and opportunity, the interplay between capabilities, agency, and opportunity to deliver empowerment. And Amartya Sen espoused on these principles in various of his work, including work that he did in 1999, work that he did in 1995, together with many other people. So fundamentally, this focuses on 3 degrees. It focuses on the existence of choice, the use of choice, and the achievement of choice. So fundamentally, this is really what we're trying to establish. And I see education as being key and central to this, to delivering on this. Education has been described by many different parties and professionals as a means to an end. It has been described also as the creation and development of capabilities and opportunity structure that enables one to transform agency into action. Agency has been defined as the freedom to do what one values. And essentially, this is really what one of the key things are that one strives to achieve. The extent to which choices can be used to transform effective action. And Sen described this in his work that he did in both in 1992 and 1995, as well as other people that have actually done extensive work in this regard. Just to predicate that empowerment for me also talks to power and power dynamics and how one is in control of their lives. What one can do in terms of an empowerment to get one out of poverty, the different degrees of empowerment and outcomes. Outcomes would be things like livelihood enhancements, livelihood choices, taking more control of your lives, being more in control of the circumstances that actually dictate your life. And fundamentally, this is really what we hope to achieve in life, as well as through education. The existence of choice to fulfill your true potential. And it's really about the choices that you have and what you can do to actually realize the potential that you have within you, because everybody has got that within themselves. Now, that talks to the concept of psychological empowerment, which is really about agency that is created within yourself, outside of the what is given to you in externalities in terms of capabilities. What is it that you want to do? That you can do for yourself to drive and deliver on the capabilities that you have. Diffid also mentions that, in terms of agency and empowerment, Diffid defines that as the exercise of choice to fulfill your potential as an equal and useful member of society. Now, it's very important to actually see that you are a useful member of society, but how do you then enhance that? How are you going to deliver and grow on that? What is it that you're able to do in terms of delivering on that? Obviously, you need assets and resources in order for you to be able to doing so. That is where institutions such as the government actually plays a role. The government actually plays a role in the educational concept, in the educational environment, in the form of the support that is delivered to most of our students. And we know that within CUT environment, up to 70%, in excess of 70% of our students are actually assisted through the grants that the government does deliver to them. So that is how the government does actually assist in that. However, it is still important for us to actually then do our part in terms of our own involvement, in terms of our controlling our own destiny. But inherent in that is that we also need to hold accountable the different players that are involved in that, and the institutions that are involved in that. And I think from a student's point of view, it's important that you take your responsibility, but also hold to account the different players. And in our situation, it would be council, it would be the institutions and other players. So it's important that we also are accountable to what we have to do. And I think that is something that did come up in the different deliberations. So briefly, I'd just like to focus on just to touch on, and all this is really encapsulated within the importance of education. What education can do for you in terms of enabling you to take control of your destiny and your future, enabling you to break the disempowerment legacies that I think have been mentioned, and Dr. Paul has recently just made reference to that. And those would be the unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Now, in terms of the CUT as an educational, as a delivery of education, our mandate is in the technology space, at being a university of technology, where fundamentally we are looking at technical capabilities, we're looking at management and innovation, and that fundamentally is really where we are. Now, the purpose of that is to solve societal challenges and create opportunities to society, create new knowledge, share the benefits with others as and pay forward. And I think that really is what we are hoping to do. And it's to protect and cultivate, grow and develop our future. That ultimately is what we are hoping to achieve through education, and what our engagement is within the context of the University of Technology, which we are, the CUT. Now, many students, many of the audience today are students currently in the higher education sector. We ourselves have been students in the higher education sector, so we have empathy to what you go through. We know that being in a university, being in a higher education sector is actually, you're at the prime of your lives. And there are many opportunities that are out there for you to take. And I would really try to urge you to really take advantage of all the opportunities that there are, to optimize on the opportunity that you have now. Because essentially, if you look at the numbers of students that have actually that have started grade 1, and you look at the number of students that actually matriculate and actually are in a position to be in a tertiary education institution, you actually are a very small proportion, an elite population in terms of our society. And for that, I mean, yes, that is commendable, and you have actually done well. Now, it's really to take this opportunity from where you are now and actually leverage on it, optimize it, and make the most of it. We've all been students, and it was one of the best times of my life personally as a student. I still have very fond memories of that. And what I took out of it, I mean, I didn't optimize it fully, but I'd like to, if I could do it again, I would certainly do it a little bit differently. However, it's about leveraging off the opportunity that you have now. And there's shared wisdom that has been presented to us from the various speakers in terms of the opportunity. As I've said, CUT being a University of Technology obviously has a technical focus, addressing technology and innovation, management, talent, production within that space, with the outcome of producing globally competitive students that are technically competent and leading students. And it's important, I think what came out of yesterday is that in as much as we focus on technology, it's important that we are also all-rounded, in that we need to consider, and I think a suggestion that was made is that we need to consider the other disciplines that we need to enhance so that we are all-rounded individuals in society. I think that was mentioned by the Deputy Minister as well as by the representative from Nahawu, Mr. Nkoyi, so that we are socially and politically sensitive and considerate, and that would be delivered through the curriculum. And I think that there are a lot of possibilities in terms of changing the curriculum to make sure that that is encompassed within that. Just to reiterate that education is a key quality for quality economic growth. And having experienced the Chinese growth development model, we can see that technology is very central to that, front and center to that. But relevant curriculum is important to addressing this, that actually addresses societal issues in a globally competitive manner, because we have an obligation to ourselves and to society to be competitive, so that we are able to move the country into a high quality economic growth model through technology and innovation. So to create sustainable solutions through entrepreneurship and creativity, addressing high quality elements of technology, talent, and capital, which should be delivered through the government and the government institutions. However, important in that is that we remain relevant, resilient, to create resilience, and so that we are competitive, both locally and in the global context. As I've mentioned, the government has invested and does invest in your future. Just to really fully embrace the opportunity, immersing yourselves and being optimistic through this opportunity, that you will create the value that we are looking to yourselves to create for the future. You are our future, and we look to you to developing that, and we are here to support and enhance what that is. But I'd just like to leave you finally just with just a request that in so doing, if you can adopt a spirit of a can-do spirit, and also one of volunteerism and service to others, so that you take action and are doing things not only for your own benefit, but also for the benefit of society, so that you are a selfless and compassionate driven person. And I believe that if that being the case, that will actually take us a lot farther in terms of our development, where we have obligations to do more beyond our own personal universe. And just to encourage you, just really to look to yourselves as being the solutions that we're looking to create, as you are our future, and to share the benefits with everybody, so that you can dream, aspire, work hard, and create the value that we know you can do. And breaking the intergenerational cycles of poverty and disempowerment that I believe are well within your hands. And in saying that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity and wish you all the success. And we are here to support and assist yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mokosi for your message and raising the cliche that sounds like a cliche, but very important, that knowledge is power. And we get knowledge through education, and the importance of education to empower our youth, and specifically giving the message to our students who are present here today. And I'm sure it fell on very fertile ears. We'll now move on to the next part of our presentation, which is a part, I think it's the third part now, unpacking CUT's transformation plan 2021 to 2025 within the context of continued consequences of segregation. And I'm sure in this part we will then add Dr. Paul's 2 words, which is being deliberate and intentional. And this will be presented to us by Dr. Ntswaki Malebu, who is the Senior Director, Innovation, Teaching and Learning. Thank you.
Dumelang. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Okay, I think it's me being I think it's me being very intentional and also implementing what is within our transformation plan and the language policy. So yeah, so I think I'll start there. So it is an honor for me to be here to present on this topic. I found it very difficult. I think I had to ask Prof, and what exactly do you mean and how far do we go, because there is a lot that we can do and we can talk about when we start talking about segregation. So as I start, I know that transformation can get very heated. It can get to a point where members of the audience can become offensive. That's why I start with a disclaimer that there is actually in the transformation plan an intention to establish an academic climate that is characterized by free and open debate, whilst encouraging critical questioning of prevailing orthodoxies. So I will be, in my unpacking of the transformation plan, providing some critical questioning. And I'm happy that it is an open forum where you can challenge what I'm saying and question what I'm saying. So it is a free and open debate. And I also wanted to make a disclaimer that a lot of these reflections that I will be sharing with you this morning are based on my lived experiences. So in most cases, I've tried to quote a little bit from literature, but I think it was important for me to quote also from my lived experience. So as we talk about transformation. So I wanted to start with a historical context that we know that Technikon Free State has been around for many years, since 1981. But we formally became a UOT in 2004. And so we've been in existence for close to 20 years, 18 years. And this is our 4th Transformation Summit. So it should, tell you something. This is our 4th Transformation Summit. Considering our history in South Africa and where we come from, we've been colonized, and then after colonization, it continued through apartheid. But this, as a university that has been in existence for 18 years, this is our 4th Transformation Summit. So I also wanted to provide that particular historical context. Unfortunately, I could not be here yesterday, but I could pick up in terms of what was discussed. And one of the and some of the key messages that came out and emerged from yesterday, that we are literally in charge of our own space. I think the Deputy Minister referred to it as a port as he was presenting the memorial lecture, that we are responsible for this port. And as much as we are expecting support from elsewhere, we must start stirring the pot from within. So it was, as I reflect on my historical context and the time that I've spent here at CUT, it was important for me to also reflect on the history. So I did say it's our 4th Transformational Summit. And it would be wrong of me not to highlight that the reason we have a 4th Transformational Summit is because yesterday it was mentioned that we have a vibrant union. We have a vibrant Nahau. So they pushed. I think we don't recognize what I've put on the screen, a report of the Ministerial Committee on Transformation and Social Cohesion and the elimination of discrimination in public higher education institutions. We don't recognize that, right? It's a very long topic and title. But as soon as I speak to everyone within the university and say, do you know the Sudin report? Then everyone will nod. So the reason I'm saying, the reason we have a 4th Transformation Summit is because since this report was released, which was 2008, the union has been saying you need to implement what is reflected in this particular report. And as much as our transformation plan is aligned to higher education policies, such as the white paper on higher education and the Higher Education Act, all of those policies. But you will see that in terms of what the plan speaks to, it speaks to some of the recommendations that were made in 2008 and some of the recommendations that were made recently in the Ministerial Task Team report on the retention and progression of Black academics. So that's how the university has responded. But I think we will need to talk about the action part, that we do have the plan, but what have we done with the plan as we unpack the plan step by step. So it was important for me. I said I'm speaking from my lived experience. It was important for me to put this particular slide on because it tells a story of a black academic, right? So as much as you are given a plan to say, here is a plan to support you, but there is no plan for the multiple roles that you hold, right? We are committing to empowering women, but the multiple roles that I hold are not taken into consideration. So just to briefly explain the slide a little bit. So I'm trained as a microbiologist, so hence the bacteria there. But I'm also a mother, I'm a daughter, and I'm a single parent in the South African context. I am a leader of a team, and I wear multiple hats. And I come from a context, so I had to also put a small slide about where I come from. I come from a context of a very small town where you really, when you come from a small town, you feel the segregation. You feel it. You are the last ones to experience freedom, right? From a small town, you feel. So I know segregation, and it's painful because segregation does not mean you live on the other side. So for us, segregation meant every time a black parent had to go to the bathroom, there was no privacy, right? That was how segregation was for us, our lived experience and what we saw on a daily basis. So this is where I come from. And everything that I do is informed by where I come from, and it's also informed by what I have to do on a daily basis. So I wear many hats. So as I stand here, I see I'm trying to time myself so that I don't speak over time. But I see a call already because in my multiple roles, I drive people around who fall sick at school and then I have to rush. But anyway. So as I speak then, so that's my background, and that's a little bit of a background about South Africa. I didn't want to go into deeper detail about legislation and where we come from because that was shared yesterday. The history of how we were colonized and what apartheid did. So I didn't want to go into that. I just wanted to focus on unpacking this framework, but it was important for me to share the history. What I also wanted to share with you is it is important for us within the higher education space to always remember. So I spoke about me, but what I do affects my team. So I have to think about the we as well. And what we do as a team affects others, right? Which is the world of work. So what I do or not do will affect the next person. If I don't offer academic support, the students will not succeed. And the faculties will not have the pass rates that they are looking for. And if the faculties do not have the pass rates, then the world does not have the graduates that they are looking for. So I can make other examples and say, if I don't assist and guide my colleagues and caution when we don't develop curricula that speaks to the needs of the world, then we are doomed to fail. We are indirectly contributing to the poverty, to the inequality that exists by virtue of not thinking about what I do as a person, what we do as a team, what we do in this organization, and also what we do and the impact it has on the world. So it was important for me to highlight that, and to also highlight that as I speak, I will be referring to this particular framework. The one thing that emerged all the time as the speakers came through was the notion of agency, that if we are to put this plan into action, we need human agency. So this is a framework that I like, by Margaret Archer. It speaks to structure, culture, and agency. And I will then frame my thoughts, and as I speak this morning, on these 3 pillars. So structure could be a physical structure, but it could be a policy. It could be a transformation plan that is set to enable certain things to happen. But the plan will not implement itself. It requires human agency. And it's through human agency that we can then change the culture within an organization. So that's where I'll be coming from. And then the last one that I wanted to flag on is Ubuntu. We have recently adopted Ubuntu, but we have not had a seminar to unpack Ubuntu because there are many conceptions of Ubuntu. I think the most predominant conception of Ubuntu is I have to be nice to you, no matter what you do to me. That's the predominant conception of Ubuntu. But I like the conception that Dladla proposes, to say these conceptions of Ubuntu are hollow, because various authors, they will speak about forgiveness, they will speak about, no matter what I do to you, you have to accept that I was wrong and we move along. But we don't, and I think it was also mentioned yesterday, we don't speak to humanity, to the person, to the being. And we can't speak of Ubuntu without making a concerted effort to take care of the being. And we can't speak about Ubuntu without talking about Isuntu or culture, to say, but in adopting these policies, what knowledges are we marginalizing? So we can't say we have adopted Ubuntu as a value, but yet our curriculum is still very neoliberal. It's still not including African indigenous knowledges. So Dladla then argues that this, led to an epistemicide of knowledge, right? And this originated when we were colonized. Okay, so those are some of the things that I wanted to share with you in framing my thoughts, but I'll be quick in unpacking the plan. So we all know how unequal the society is, right? This is the famous picture of Santon and Alexandra. So you see it, you see the inequality. And this transformation plan was then drafted. As I said, it responds to a lot of, the reports that came through. It responds to the policies that are within higher education. But as a CUT, we committed that through this plan, we will ensure that students and employees reflect the demographics of a South African society. And we have committed that we will deal with the levels of inequality that affect South Africa. So that's what we have committed to in the plan. But what happens when you try to transform? So the DISCAM one was already mentioned yesterday. So the minute you say, let us transform so that our structures and the people within the structures reflect the demographics of the country, then you are told that no, you are discriminating and your laws are illegal. And it is, people that will come from a background of privilege, right? And then the other one, the UK Prime Minister. And I laughed when you look at social media, this person says, no, we can't have a brown Prime Minister because 80% of the people here in Britain are white. So the leaders must reflect the demographics of this particular country. So when we do it, then it's wrong, then it's illegal. But when the people who have colonized the entire world are then presented with a similar situation, it becomes a problem. What also caught me on social media is the way in which our policies that are existing, and it's not lack of action, but because they have a focus on really putting importance or significance to Western knowledge. Even a fictional character, the minute it was black, people had a problem to say no. And you will see that that's how white supremacy continues. It continues through, even, you know, Ladla does make an example and say, even in countries where colonization ended and people gained their independence, there's still issues because of what they see in media to say, if I'm lighter, I'm more beautiful. If I'm dark, then I'm not beautiful. So it is a problem, right? And we are not saying everything that came with colonial conquest is bad. But I think the humanness to say, so usually when I stand here, I ask people, can you see me? But for us as black women in higher education, because you have so many and multiple hats, you become invisible even though you are there. Nobody sees you. But the minute you put a black face to say, because representation matters, I need to put a black face, then everyone has a problem. Okay. Despite the policies, right? The rates for, when it happened, I was still a student. I was a PhD student. But in the past year, 3 incidents of people urinating on a fellow student. I mean, that's a very dehumanizing action to say, I don't see you. You are nothing. And I think through our call to action in this transformation plan, we are also crying for visibility to say, let the plan make everyone in the room visible, not only one race or one gender. So if you look at the plan, overall, the commitment is gender equality, right? To say we want to use this plan to empower our women within CUT. But also when I looked at the plan, because I didn't want to go through each and every line, I summarized it in also what I called some of the transformation pillars for myself. It has an element of student development, staff development, community engagement, infrastructure transformation, digital transformation, and the hot topic, curriculum transformation. So that's what our plan intends to address. So when we talk about gender equity, we are already addressing some of the SDGs through this commitment, but the plan must be put into action. So we have noted that despite every stride that has been made globally, nationally, institutionally, we still face challenges as women in the workplace. I don't even want to go into deep detail about gender-based violence and what we are supposed to do, but we still face challenges. And these challenges do not happen when we come to higher education. These challenges start when we are at school. If you look at the stats, every year when Stats SA releases its statistics, it will tell you there is high teenage pregnancy. There is gender-based violence that affects young girls from coming to school. So what Councillor Mukosi was referring to say you have 1 million students or learners coming into basic education. By the time they reach grade 12, only 30% make it. And the bulk of those who don't make it are young girls, are women. So, and when a parent, if you are living with a single parent and a parent passes away, the responsibility goes to the girl. the boy must go to school so that he can provide for the family. So we lose our girls. So, and when you look at the higher education sector, this is what the ministerial task team report is referring to. That yes, you see a lot of women. If you look at the CUT stats, I don't need to call an expert. If I look at the CUT stats and look at the profile, majority of the women are still junior lecturers. If they make it to the next level, they are HODs, which is not a substantive position, where you get a 5-year contract, but it's not a substantive position. But we are grateful that, as I said earlier, we had a union that, made a lot of noise to ensure that we have now professors that are in Senate and senior directors that are representative of the demographics of the country. So, how do we then start with the issue of staffing? So there is an intention, but how do you put it into action? We committed to increasing participation of women in institutional structures. If I'm not a professor, I can't be at Senate. So it's either I come through Senate if I'm an HOD or an assistant dean, but if I'm not a professor, as a woman, as a black woman, I'll never, get into Senate. I'll hear about Senate and what was discussed. At most, I'll participate at faculty board. So what do we need? And I am arguing that we need a structured approach. The NGAP program is a DHET funded program where the approach is structured, where government understands that for somebody to complete a PhD, the workload has to be reduced so that they can focus. So that's what I'm trying to argue. We also note that we have widened access. So when we adopted the new constitution and we had a Higher Education Act and all these other policies that should have enabled transformation, we increased access for higher education for our students. But the access introduced diversity. So how do you then teach with the knowledge you acquired 20 years ago? How do you say, no, I did a short courses at another university, I'm still ready for this job? And yet we forget that the higher education system was designed for a certain student. Before 94, you were not even allowed to go to a white university. If you were lucky, the university had to get special permission for you to go to that particular university. And you were then marginalized to go to the other universities, which are now called historically black universities. So, but then my argument here is, with an increase in access, how do we then develop staff so that they are ready for this new role of these diverse students? If you think about that picture of the Times, where somebody comes from Sandton and the other one is from Alexandra, how do you teach them the same way? When the other one has never, if they are from the rural areas, they have never even seen a computer. How do you then stand and teach them the same way and say, if you don't understand, it's your problem? You go into class and say 50% of you will fail and 50% will make it. How is it still right? So it also speaks to human rights and seeing people. So I'm advocating for targeted approaches. I'm advocating for professionalization of teaching, but it is there in the plan to say we will professionalize teaching. We have a postgraduate diploma in higher education. We are also advocating for communities of practice, because this is where we share our experiences, and we also share best practices. So we are promoting the notion of open professional resources. So we need to really engage in continuous professional development if we have to respond to what the transformation plan is saying. Teaching materials must be transformed, and we have to expand digital and online education. advocating for flexible learning pathways. So you can study full-time or part-time, but you can also study full-time online or hybrid. So we need to do that. If we want staff to have doctoral degrees, we need to then put into action support that is there. So this is what I was referring to, that this is the diversity that we see. This is Santin, this is Alexandra. You can't teach them the same way. You can't. We have to talk about the mental health, not only of our staff, but of our students. There's a whole book that speaks to, even though there was the Sudin report in 2008 that spoke about alienating cultures within higher education, they still prevail. And this book tells you, when I read this book, you know, it was telling my story, even though it was different people telling their stories, that if I go into a space and I don't recognize what is taught, and I don't recognize, you know, I don't understand the language, I go and ask, and then they say, no, go figure it out on your own, but somebody else will get the scope. And because you didn't get the scope, the other group will be considered more clever, and you still feel stupid, you know, as a black child. So it still prevails. So we commit to, you know, access of student. They are here, but how do we ensure their success? And what do we do collaboratively? Because it's there in the plan to say we will enable access with success. So what do we do to ensure that there's access to knowledge, but also the transformation where when we say education is a tool that you can use to uplift yourself from poverty. When we say knowledge is power, but if I gain this knowledge and I just do it for the sake of passing, but I'm not assessed in a way that will ensure that I leave this university being able to apply the knowledge, then that knowledge is not powerful. You know, that knowledge just says repeat what is taught. It doesn't give me access to what I need to engage in. It doesn't push me, you know, to come up with ideas, to be innovative, even though we have committed as a university to be innovative. So I've touched on the different backgrounds, but I'm also speaking to then, what do we do? Yesterday I couldn't join you because we were looking at the core curriculum to say, but can we not maybe streamline and see how do we then infuse other things within the core curriculum? How do we then bring, you know, human sciences within engineering using the core curriculum? How do we make our students understand? What activities do we do to make them understand that they are not only serving themselves, but they're working towards, you know, assisting with global problems and national problems? Okay, I see my time is almost up. The other thing that I wanted us to talk about, we teach our students, but they are hungry in the classroom. And this is not hearsay. And these are not just, you know, articles in a magazine. There are papers that show that our students come to class hungry. You know, some of them have to walk from where they stay. And I agree with Dr. Paul that we need to have a conversation about accommodation, but also access to all of these things. Okay, so yeah, so as I say, I see my time is almost up. There are initiatives that are trying to address this. I think there's a, you know, in collaboration with the Dula Omar Institute in Western Cape, Tiger Brands is working on that. When we were at the beer festival, there is another NGO that's also working on that. When we work with the community, how do we ensure ethical practices? Yes, we engage with industry, we engage with others, we treat them with respect. But how do we ensure when we go into our townships and do our research, we do it with ethics in mind? And how do we collaborate with the TVET sector? We talk about flexible learning pathways in our transformation plan. And I'm happy that we have a hub now for articulation and RPL. And these are things that we need to use to empower. And what I also argue is, you know, when we were colonized, we were told that, no, we came, we solved everything. These people did not know anything. But these people were mining before they were colonized. And the reason, you know, the colonial conquest continued is because of the resources that were here. That's why people never left. So we were mining, and mining is taking out gold from a rock. So we knew how to do that. We have the knowledge within our people. And they will tell you that, no, you were dying of disease, but we know medicine. We knew indigenous medicine. And they tell you that, no, we taught you how to write. No. Here is a website that shows. So all those patterns, if you go to Basotho Cultural Village, whether in Lesotho or in Kwakwa, you see these patterns and you say it's drawings. No, it's our writing systems. And that is not taught. And everything that is African that shows that we knew how to do these things is taught as if it's fiction. You talk about Mama Munsi, the richest African guy who traveled and saw the world, but it's taught as if it's a fictional story, but it's true. It's you know, when you talk about Timbuktu, they tell you that, no, it's the end of the world, but that's where manuscripts that prove that knowledge is from Africa are based. Okay. So I'm finishing off. I think it is important for student experience, we need automation. And that's our commitment. So I think when we come back, we need to ask ourselves, how far are we with automation, with alternative energy sources? How do we then use technology and not leaving others behind? How do we increase access to, you know, recordings so that students can can learn, and how do we prepare them for the world of work? I think when we talk about digital transformations, I wanted to highlight this. This is a machine that makes a crown in the dental space. So a crown, you'd go to a dentist and you need a crown. But now there's this machine that makes a crown, and they have x-rays that literally tell you how the crown should be. So you don't need to take a mold, right? But that means, those two machines means the relevance of a dental technician is compromised. So that's why our curriculum has to be responsive. That's why it has to speak to what knowledge is in our townships that can empower our students. So it is important then to start thinking about Africanizing, decolonizing our curriculum. But you know, we have to bring that knowledge that we have lost. So when we talk about epistemicide, we talk about colonial conquest where for you had to reach a status of whiteness. And for you to reach a status of whiteness, you had to lose your blackness, you know? You were not civilized if you were not speaking English, if you were not educated, if you're not a Christian. And that's another discussion for another day. So it is important, and we have to start saying, how do we use student voices through feedback that we get from our students to transform our curricula? How do we develop our indigenous languages so that we use them for teaching and learning? How do we ensure that we are responsive to this changing context where two machines can replace somebody's job? Thank you very much for your attention. Ke a leboha, baya dankie.
Thank you, Dr. Malebu, for unpacking some parts of the transformation plan, specifically looking at what you have highlighted that deals with today's transformation agenda, which speaks specifically to inequality. And I would have said that this disclaimer was supposed to be unnecessary. In my other head as in union, the argument in politics, we say, when we try to be in politics, we talk about academic freedom. And it means that there's no disclaimer when we talk about the truth. And that's the perks of being in academia, besides the other parts. And then I just want to pick up on some of the things that you spoke to today, specifically regarding inequality and the challenges that our students are still facing. You know, there is that unfortunate part that sometimes within some of the discussions we forget that what you are facing at the level of the workplace is also what students are facing at the level of just being a student, specifically those things of inequality, you know, that happens within students that are within one space. And I remember a week ago, the discussion was whether in higher education, like in basic education, you are equipped with the skills to deal with students that have different disabilities within the classroom, you know, because we normally look at those disabilities that are visible, but there are those ones that are not visible that you see during assessments. And when you see that, what do you do then as a lecturer? And which is some of the things that normally we are not asked during interviews about what level of understanding do you have when it comes to other disabilities or differently enabled, as they call themselves. So it's good that you actually raise that. And you know, when we talk also about the feeding schemes, it's also you know, government always focuses them on basic education and high schools, to say that we will have a soup kitchen there, you know, and because NSFAS is there, NSFAS will cover the rest there for those who are there. But you know, sometimes we deal with those students that are hungry, and when they come to class, they're tired. Or some of them, they come around and then they ask you for money to go back, you know, to go back home. And those are the things that we really need to, that's why I'm saying that we need to have more time to talk about the different elements. It looks like it's an interesting plan, the transformation plan. It needs time for itself, for us to be able to unpack and see how can we then contribute also as different stakeholders within the plan. But thank you for touching on those specific aspects of gender equality. And it's good that you spoke about it, contextualizing it in the CUT context, because, you know, and saying that when you speak from a point of privilege, they say that you must not, don't make transformation only about gender. It's not about gender. Normally it will be the people that speak from a point of privilege to say that don't make it about gender. Let's make it about other aspects as well. So thank you for touching on that specific thing. Now we are going to move to the other part where we are going to get support from our external stakeholders. As you have seen there that Dr. Malebu was actually talking about the community, which is our stakeholders and external stakeholders. The first one will be from the Goldfields TVET College, which is Mr. Lemisa Ramatisa.
Good morning. I hope that my voice is audible enough. It's my shop steward voice. Oh. Yeah, that's what we used to call it, you know, during our times as leaders of trade unions. You know, Professor Makula, you know, when I was on my way coming here, I was a little bit stressed. I wasn't sure of the type of audience that one will be, you know, encountered with. And then on my entrance here, I saw you. And then I said, hey, Mukonuti.
Oh, yes.
Remember how I used to call you Mukoni? I saw some faces as well, very familiar. The program director was actually my former student.
Oh.
And she went on to become my colleague.
Okay.
And here she is now. And then Braden Maret, I saw him. He's sitting somewhere. So you know, the moment when you come in and you see familiar faces, you relax.
Yeah.
You relax. Now I feel at home. It's like I'm in Velcom now. Yeah. Colleagues, dignitaries, invited guests, all gathered here. Program director, allow me to say all protocols observed. Goldfields TVET College is humbled by the invitation to be part of the 4th Annual Central University of Technology Transformation Summit. And then with me, I bring the warm greetings from the principal of the college, from the council, from the executive management, the staff, and the student population. We take this invite to participate in this 4th Annual Central University of Technology Transformation Summit very seriously, as the topic of transformations bears relevance to the TVET sector as well. Surely many of us sitting here would know of a number of changes that are currently taking place with the phasing out of some of the programs as we move forward as the country, just to try and ensure that we are relevant. Our constituencies and partners in the post-school education training environment, especially the TVET sector, have also lamented the slow pace of transformation. We are transforming, but the pace at which we are moving leaves much to be desired. There are a number of areas where the pace of challenge is shockingly slow and sometimes non-existent. One would mention areas such as curriculum reforms. The previous speaker was very clear in terms of transforming, with regard to the curriculum that we are currently offering as institutions of higher learning. Women in leadership programs, are they enough? These are the issues that we have to grapple with. And not only are they affecting us as the Central University of Technology, I somehow think that these are societal issues. Inclusion of students and staff with disabilities. Are we compliant? Policies are there, but are we implementing? Professor Magule, I can assure you, recently I had to engage in an exercise for accreditation of one of the centers for the college to have it, gain accreditation as an examination center on its own. And one of the criteria for accreditation was to deal with this issue of students with disabilities. And it's a serious challenge. And the department does not take no when it comes to this. Opportunities for articulation within the P sector, exchange programs, both locally and international. Not sure as to whether you are moving, but we are not moving as a college. And the principal was saying to us at some point that in future they are going to be assessed against this thing. To say, do you have exchange program students at your colleges? And we don't. There are a number of challenges as well. COVID-19 uncertainties. I'm sure colleagues will know that sitting here, it was reported actually yesterday that China is now back under lockdown. And then what does it say to us? And we know where we come from. Are we ready to face another lockdown? The students at your sister campus, Central University of Technology at Welcome Campus, they were on strike a few months back. They do not want to sit in a classroom like this and write an examination under invigilation, the presence of the lecturers. Those are some of the issues that we have to deal with, especially when you talk to COVID-19 uncertainties. What do they have in store for us? NSFAS, year in, year out. Trimester in with us, trimester out. Semester in, semester out. There are always issues that we need to talk to regarding NSFAS. And what are we saying as institutions of higher learning? What are we saying as the Central University of Technology? Remember also there is still an issue about the missing middle. I'm not sure as to whether does your policy cover that as well, Professor Magul. The missing middle. It's a big issue. Those students are here. They want to gain access to our institutions of higher learning, but they cannot afford. Back in the day, we used to call it financial exclusion. But it is still here. And I used to say back then that your financial exclusion also affects academic exclusion. It is a reality, because what are we saying to those students? Furthermore, there is also a challenge that was also mentioned by the previous speaker in terms of the insufficient student accommodation. It's still a big issue. It is worse with us as a college in the Free State, Goldfields. We literally do not have accommodation for students. We don't. So these are some of the issues that we have to deal with and say, when we engage as academics, as students, what answers do we have to the challenges that we are currently confronted with? We must provide, unfortunately. Load shedding. Will it ever end? I doubt. The president had to come down to South Africa at another time to come and address problems of load shedding, but it still persists. Yeah. It is unfortunate, and it also affects us as students, it affects us as workers, it affects us as staff in institutions of higher learning. The faltering economy. Comrade, I saw my comrade there. Comrade, the economy of South Africa is going down the drain. And it is bad, ladies and gentlemen. And coupled with that is the whole question of corruption. As institutions, at some point, Professor Makula, we are expected to produce. We are expected to produce students who must be absorbed into workspaces. But is the economy of South Africa ready for that? So there are a number of things that we have to grapple with as and when we engage in a summit of this nature. And I'm worried, This is an expression that I made previously in my previous life when I was still a lecturer. I was teaching human resources. And I looked at a number of students who were doing HR. And I said to myself, are we not contributing as institutions of higher learning to unemployment in a way? You can't train HR in 50 colleges with a number of about 100,000 candidates, and you all expect them to be absorbed and be employed somewhere. We are not assisting. We need to come up with programs that will take this country forward. That is what we must be doing. We need to take this country forward. While there is appreciation of efforts to bring about the much needed change, one would be hard-pressed to link such efforts with words such as consistency, proper planning, and frequency. We believe the effort by institutions such as Central University of Technology will add impetus to and help accelerate the pace of transformation. Ayatollah Fella Mona, Program Director. It is on this basis that the Goldfields TVET College embraces wholeheartedly the initiative by the university to open the platform for discussion around this matter, as we are engaging today. It is our view that out of this summit, and with the participation of the broad members of our community, tangible results will emerge. But we must also get to a point where we implement this thing. It can't be talk shops all the way, It can't be. There is an organization that I'm not sure whether should I say I used to subscribe to, but I think I still subscribe to the ideas. Every time when they go to Congress, they used to produce a paper called NDR. Are we still on track? National Democratic Revolution. Are we still on track? That paper was used, to reflect on the organization itself in terms of doing the organizational work and transforming the country and moving the country forward. Now, what we are doing today also as an institution through this summit is to make a reflection on transformation, to say, are we moving? Where are we taking this institution? What is our contribution in transformation throughout the society? We trust the policies that will emerge somehow out of this process will be influencers accelerating the pace of transformation in critical areas. As partners in education, we support this noble idea which aims to promote, implement, and monitor transformation in Central University and Technology. We therefore wish the institution and the participant on this two-day event a success and hope that the message will resonate long after the summit has ended. I thank you. And I will be first level and say, Danko.
Thank you for highlighting some of the things in Tate Ramatisa. Yes. We sometimes wish that we could be people like you. We will also tomorrow see our products and be proud to say these are the people that we have produced, and they're somewhere in the world. That is our intention. Also as an institution, that's why we always look at ourselves and have these summits to say that tomorrow we can produce quality students that are fit for the society and can work within society. And I think one of the parts that you have highlighted is what Dr. Malebu was highlighting regarding the curriculum and how it needs to be transformed. And yes, the TVET sector is doing that they have re-looked at their curriculum and what they're offering and whether it's still fit and it fits the labor market within which they are operating. And yes, as sad as it is for many of the students, but the reality is that some of the courses are actually phasing out because of the relevance that it's now offering, whether it's relevant rather for the labor market or for South African needs, and obviously as we have said that when we look at our own transformational plan, we will also look at that and see whether we can change some of the things as he has highlighted. I know in some of the discussions with other curriculum developers or academia that will always ask some of the courses that are within our own institution, whether those courses are still relevant for us to produce them in such big numbers. But we hope that will cover it. We're now going to our second speaker. He's online. I can see he's already there. Dr. Chetty. He is from Telkom SA. You can unmute, Dr. Chetty. Thank you. Round of applause, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, good day, all guests, all protocol noted. Thank you, Prof. Makola, for your kind invitation to be a part of this historical and progressive summit. I want to thank Buti and Steve for helping me through the technology. On a lighter note, my only link with Telkom is I'm still one of the few that uses their landline. Yesterday and earlier today, we were treated to in-depth examinations of your theme by a dazzling array of erudite speakers. I am both privileged and humbled to present a message of support to your summit theme that dares to address three primary social inequities that continue to bedevil society. My focus has been to render the theme more peripherally rather than directly linked to institutions of higher learning. Previous speakers have done a great job in this regard. We'll attempt to contribute and stimulate discussion on the intellectual ferment that your university continues to engage in as part of the transformation agenda for the fourth year. While a worldview will help to explicate a personal opinion, this platform is limited. Then, to what extent macro and micro forces are at play? Is the previous dominant social power ills, macro level, still playing itself out insidiously on university campuses with all its pernicious ramifications, micro context? Questions and more questions. I'm so pleased to give support to the conference proceedings. However, besides graduate studies, was directly involved in higher education previously on an intermittent basis at different institutions as an invited lecturer. In hindsight, this has helped to shape my opinion on three critical social constructs of race, gender, and class, so robustly unpacked over the last 2 days. At present, I'm an independent practitioner in psychology. We have just come out of a Congress, National Congress, that is addressing decolonization vis-a-vis indigenation. Was very impressed with a proactive reach presentation by Prof. Makola and his colleagues on healing hurt left by an absent father and promoting well-being. I think, in effect, the principles can be applied over a broad canvas of mental and emotional hurt. Could it be extrapolated for use in addressing the hurt engendered and in context through race, class, and gender aberrations? An interesting prospect to explore. When my dear colleague, Prof. Makola, excited my interest about your conference theme, I readily consented to show my support with brief comments around the issue at hand. I am absolutely fascinated that both your university and this theme is setting about through vigorous discussion to address two major concepts: demystifying and transformation of the critical constructs under the microscope. I'm not a sociologist or a politician, and needed to have some concrete, albeit fundamental terms of reference. As my departure, will briefly refer to the 1989 Crenshaw views that possibly gave race, class, and gender concepts further intellectual momentum, seeing it as an intersectionality and today an interconnectedness. A 2011 Canadian study indicates that intersectionality theory, an influential theoretical tradition inspired by the feminist and anti-racist tradition, demands that inequalities by race, gender, and class be considered in tandem rather than distinctly. Connectedness being part of the theme of this summit. This is because these fundamental axes of inequality in contemporary society are considered to be intrinsically entwined. I'm in full agreement. They mutually constitute, reinforce, and as such cannot be disentangled from one another. Your conference theme is germane and topical. Not too long ago, isolated incidents in other campuses with profound race, class, and gender undertones drew public attention to how deep these social injustices still prevail. In the context of the narrative under review, the following are revisited. 2007, there was an academic study at Rhodes University, Rape and Sexual Assault, Gender Violence. 2008, UFS, Cleaners Involved in Initiation, Drinking Beer Spiked with Urine, Class and Racial Inequality. 2014 and 2015, 4 universities, NWU, UP, UFS, and UCT, incidents of racism and discrimination. 2015, University of Stellenbosch, Black students gave accounts of racism and discrimination, wait for it, inside and outside the lecture halls. 2018, Nelson Mandela University, rape and violence against women, gender issues, courtesy of Dr. Singh's PhD research in 2019. In theory, apartheid has been eradicated and democracy has been ushered in. The burning question then is, where is this coming from? I'm going to provocatively propose that there is a need also to factor a psychological component. Guess this is where some of us are. Prof. Makola, his colleagues, and I would be interesting also in a quantitative analysis to perhaps do correlational studies among these 4 variables: race, gender, class, and a psychological variable in a university setting. I can see some shaking their heads already and saying, oh my God, now the problem is getting more complex. However, returning to your agenda, while acknowledging the interconnectedness of these 3 constructs, the main thrust is the transformation agenda at CUT. You, in my opinion, have many factors that redound to your credit and enhances the value of the summit. A conference of this nature at an annual basis, this is the 4th, an ongoing examination of a critical consideration, a well-enunciated transformation policy. This is very important. Involvement of key role players campus-wide and from the community, addressing vigorously to eradicate discriminatory practices, appearing to be serious, transparent, and genuine about implementing change, increasing your understanding and gaining greater insights of the 3 key constructs of race, gender, and class, intending to effect transformational changes and implementation at the conclusion of the conference, possibly reporting on small but incremental implementation strategies that suggest an upward trajectory. A consideration to possibly include some psychotic behavioral trait that interplays with race, gender, and class. We'll follow with great interest your determined endeavor at transforming your institution and possibly be the prototype of other institutions to emulate. I'm privileged to provide my unequivocal support for this relevant and critical conference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
for his landline. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for that a little bit of a hiccup, but I was just commenting on what Dr. Chetty has shared with us regarding our history on the past 10 years or so regarding issues that were in our sector that we've experienced at the university sector regarding racial issues, gender issues, and class issues. And now the fourth one that he has included or proposed that we include, which is the psychological part, which obviously deals with you go through the emotions and psychological levels when you deal with gender and race and class issues. We will now move to the other parts of our specific. Dr. Paul he said we must call it an event. A moment. Oh, yeah, he said we must call it a moment and not an event. So we'll go to the next part of our moment, which is messages of support, which are from our internal stakeholders. We'll get the first message from one of our labor unions inside, which will be Dr. Leandro Jordan from Nteu. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, good morning. I think we now all know about our topic for the day. Continued consequences of segregation is what I'll be focusing on. Am I too soft? Don't have a unionist apparently voice. Need to work on that. So I'm representing the Nteu Union. That stands for the National Tertiary Education Union, and our only focus is tertiary employees of South Africa. So in other words, we have one mandate that we look at, and that is absolutely just our employees in higher education fields, whether it's TVETs, UOTs, universities, traditional ones. All of us then are in some way in the tertiary environment. And this is our fourth summit, so I've been privileged to be part of them, all four of them so far. And I think in terms of the union's view and transformation, we are responding to transformation. We haven't done enough yet by any means, but I'd like to just highlight some of the topics that has been taken on this campus and on the Welkom campus over the past few years. Although we did previously speak about them as well, there's been some vigor in the engagements over the past few years that I've really come to appreciate. There's been a number of GBV events that's taken place. There's been the establishment of the disability unit, and the teams there are doing amazing work so far and have done before, but now it's a formal structure. It's part of our organization. Although they were always there, now they have a voice as a unit. There's been a number of debates on LGBTQIA+. This year specifically, there was one on discriminatory practices on campuses, which I found very interesting and of value. And then women-focused events, women in science, higher education, the power in the workplace of women. The 4IR Summit this year, youth was placed at the forefront. So in specifically the Free State, how do we bring the youth in? How do we bring innovation into their lives? How do they bring innovation into our lives? The NISFA Summit that looked at sustainable solutions for student housing, and this was also mentioned a couple of times this morning. You know, you need a happy place to go to, and a safe space, and a decently infrastructured place so that you can do what you need to do in life. And then also, Dr. Malebu mentioned that the efforts to change the curricula, and I know that they are focusing on decolonization as a pillar of that. I also was learned, and my textbooks were from other countries and looking at infrastructure for ICT and IT in other countries, and I can just imagine the value it would have been for me to see that in our own context, which is different. It's wonderful. So, Natayo commends the CUT's efforts in transformation, and it's been made in a number of different ways. And our thanks, as the executive of the union, to the members of the union who are contributing in many different ways by participating in these events and other ways as well, policies and all kinds of things. So, segregation was about many things. And I was listening to Dr. Malebu this morning, talking about being seen and respect, and I think most of all it's about dignity. Taking it away or simply denying it to someone, that's why we're focusing so hard on transformation, because we must make sure that the right to dignity exists for everybody. And I want to share a quote that I refer to from time to time as a woman, as a colleague, unionist, as a South African, and as a human. And it's Maya Angelou. She says dignity. It means a belief in oneself that one is worthy of the best. It means that what I have to say is important. And I will say it when it's important for me to say it. Very important. She says dignity really means that I deserve the best treatment and I can receive, and that I have the responsibility to give the best treatment I can to other people. I always like to think of people as beings because I want animals to be included there too. I love my dogs, and it hurts my heart when people hurt animals, so I always change it to beings. So thank you very much, and from the union side, really, we commend the work so far done by the transformation team and everybody at CUT. We're there, we know we've still got a long road to go, but we're very willing to be part of the journey and make it work. So thank you very much.
And thank you, Doc, for taking us through and highlighting some of the things that we have achieved as a institution. You know, as much as we're having battles, but at least we have tried and put in efforts in trying to fight some of these things that are happening. And also speaking to the part of dignity, which, as you reflect back on what Dr. Chetty was telling us, was actually talking about those specific incidents and how it took dignity away from many of the students. We will now move to our second representative, or second stakeholder, which is from Nehau in Bloemfontein, Mr. Bennett Mokoma.
Still morning. Good morning. Comrade Mando, Master of Ceremony. It's difficult to just say Master of Ceremony. I'm used to saying Comrade Mando. To members of council present here, VC in absentia and other management, comrades, students, and fellow South Africans. I've been listening since yesterday, and the topics that have been presented here. Very well thought out topics. But the question that one must ask is to say, are we practical? Is this another love letter that you are writing to the communities without tangible outcomes? Is it possible to transform a fearful society? Or is it another exercise to tick a box to write a very good report to the Department of Higher Education and Training? There is a culture of fear at this university. And when people are fearful, will they really transform? Will the people actually become innovative? And the answer is no. Chairperson, from now, next time when we are invited, we should not be entitled to come and give a message of support. I think you are actually putting us there at the back seat, just to know that we're present. There are a number of aspects that we have raised concerning these particular topics, tangible issues that the university is not actually taking them serious. We have listened very good theoretical aspects and a lot of English and dialects and things that have been put here. But it is our expectation that we needed to talk much about the context of our transformation. This is the 4th summit. What have we achieved? Are all the people sitting here actually having a clue of what CUT has achieved in transformation? I doubt sitting here. In the 20 years that I've served this university, very basic issues have been presented to actually see this university transform. Because when you transform, you evolve. As Dr. Paul have said, it's a moment. We are raising very critical issues here and very good speakers here. But who is there to implement? There are no decision makers in here. Who's listening to that? Or are they going to get that on the basis of report that will be written without having understood the context under which these matters were raised? It's a call for concern from Nehau, without fear or favor. Colleagues, I'm just going to highlight some few issues. We talk about segregation and discrimination. I want to give you a practical example. When you go through this university offering office management and technology, there are only 2 male secretaries. Only 2. Because all these secretary positions are earmarked for female. Are we deliberate? And the answer is no. And the answer that you will receive is to say male are not interested. But have we shown to be deliberate? The answer is no. Our transformation is informed by a lot of lip service. We don't have tangible, practical plans that must be put in place to eliminate discrimination, to eliminate segregation, to ensure that we are empowered. 14 years back, a University of Technology, Central University of Technology, has always spoken about smart classroom, to transform our classrooms. Today, I don't think you've got more than 2 smart classrooms. 14 years down the line. But budget is available. Do we have the intention, are we deliberate in terms of doing that? The answer is no. Master of Ceremony, please allow me to request members, in future the Transformation Summit must not use as a platform to lament. But it must be used as a platform to actually come up with very practical, tangible, measurable outcomes that we are able to measure ourselves. We talk about segregation and discrimination. When you are a union leader, or an SRC leader, or a SASCO leader, or an EFF leader, or a leader of student movement, by virtue of your position, you are discriminated. Whenever you speak, people don't even listen to what you're going to say. Oh, the union is coming. Oh, now they are coming. Always negative. It's an element. How do we become open-minded as a university to allow that each and every stakeholder within this university has an element of transformation that we can share? This university belongs to all. It doesn't belong to the management. They will come and go, but the masses will remain. Chairperson, you look at the MOUs that this university have signed with the TVET colleges. The articulation in terms of helping the students to get access. Very minimal has been done in that regard. But our reports are very clear in terms of saying, you know, at CUT, this is our 4th transformation summit. The cost of this summit, can we equate it to the value proposition that we have got in here? And that's what I would like to see. But thank you very much for inviting us here and be part of this particular summit. I don't want to go to what Dr. Malewo said. We're very proponents of the Sudan report. If you go to the archives of the university, you'll see council's commitment to the Sudan report. You'll see management or MENCOM's commitment to the Sudan report, that what it's going to do. But let's take a register and check what has been done to date. Less than 0.5%. Are we committed? The next time you invite us, comrade, there must be tangible outcomes that are here for us to be able to debate. We must speak what the university has done in diffusing this culture of fear. So we must be free, people must be innovative. We are not buying any face, and we are not getting intimidated, because transformation is a very hard issue. If you transform a society, if you transform an institution and you don't rattle people, you are not doing anything. Thank you.
Very tall man. Thank you. Yeah, I can hear your comrades are saying Ziyakhala. You have evoked, I even see the students excited. They're the back, and we also have their representative still to come. And when you said fellow South Africans, you brought us so much trauma, by the way. Reminded us back of lockdown, and every time we had to listen some of the bad news from our president. But yes, I think what you have touched on is what Date Ramatisa was talking about, that when we come to places like this, we need to assess ourselves and evaluate that from the previous summit to this summit, what have we achieved and what still needs to be there. And also what I'm hearing is that we need to debate and open up the space for debate and for fear to fall apart, because of it's a very prominent actually aspect of the institution when you look at the institutional organizational culture. But we need to talk about that. How do you transformation is change in its simple word. As people of language, just call it like that. And for you to use transformation and social cohesion in one sentence, it doesn't make sense, because when you change people's things, they're not going to be happy. So we need those aspects that Dr. Chetty was talking about, including the psychological aspect of looking at transformation. We are now going to move on and give to Ntate France, Councillor France, Mbuiselo France, who is the chairperson of our alumni association. Ntate France, thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Mandwa. Greetings to everyone, comrades and comrades. I know in Africa they call it comrade. Comrade Benny, after you have spoken, you took what I was actually trying to address. However, Comrade Mandwa has mentioned something very important, that transformation is change. And when there's change, Comrade Mandwa, there's force for change and there's forces against change. And always forces against change are more powerful than the forces for change. Of which that is what we are struggling for. You know, being black in this world and in this society is like being in crime. It's like a crime. Fanon will used to say, we are living in an anti-black society as black people. And we're expected to perform as the ones that have been loved by the society. The issue of segregation, either way, Doctor, CUT was built also by Welcome Campus Vista University. Not only takeoffs. On its own, that is segregation that we experience within this camp, within this institution. Yeah. And look, I can tell you, geographically, Welcome Campus has the potential to grow. But you know why can't this institution grow that campus? It is because the people will be forced to go to Welcome Campus. And the people do not want to be part of the Welcome Campus because Welcome Campus it's in a town that is very small. That is on its own. It's against transformation. And by the way, who do you want to transform? Can you transform a victim? The transgressor, the oppressor should be the one that have been transformed. We start there when we speak about transformation. You cannot call a victim of rape and you say you want to transform a victim of rape. You must call the rapist and transform the mental health of that rapist. We did not colonize ourselves. We did not cause the injustice to ourselves. But you look at this hall, it's victims only. We're expecting the transgressors to be here so that we come and transform them. We want to transform them. And by the way, an academic transformation with our academic institutions of higher learning in South Africa, it's a problem. We're faced with a situation where people, when they become academics, they fit into the boots of the previous white privilege academics and continue the struggle of white privilege academics and segregate those who are black. When we also transform white people, we must also transform black academics and make them realize that they are also black. By the way, the issue of us taking being black as an issue of cultural identity is wrong. Being black is an issue of ontology. Being black is an issue of being. Being black is not eating the intestine of a cow and chicken feet. It's an issue of being. Yes. And we also need to transform ourselves, also black people mentally, to realize that we are black not because of culture. We are black because we are being. Mm. The material and mental transformation, it's also important. The issue on the Sandton, I'm calling it the issue on Bloemfontein and Welcome Campus in CUT. While we try and transform these ones that are saying they are holding center and power here in Bloemfontein campus, that I'm certainly sure if you grow Welcome Campus, they will resign, not want to go and stay in Welcome. We must also transform the ones in Welcome and make them realize that they are also capable of holding the center. We're in an institution where employment equity states, yes, cleaners, a lot of them are blacks. Security guards, a lot of them are blacks. How many HODs do we have in this institution and deans that are black? This institution, in its MANCOM, or in its Senate, it is said when we were presenting here, Doc, and said, as a black doctor, before you being in Senate or whatever, you need also to be a professor or whatever. It is more said being a black female doctor in Welcome Campus. You will never see the dawn of that Senate. Who said it is wrong of having an institution that is run by only black people? Don't we have that capability of transforming ourselves to that level? All universities, you go to your top management, they are still run by white people. Is there any transformation? If you want to transform us, we must be only teachers, or we must be only cleaners and security guards. Is that a transformation? And by the way, another pure transformation is that do not just educate these students here that come from poor background in the black communities. And when they leave here, you are taking them back to those poor backgrounds by simply holding their qualification, for their qualification to gather dust here. When we say education is a key and a tool that unlocks opportunities, that paper, it is a tool. When they graduate, because you knew that they are poor and they are going to owe you, give them that tool so that they come and contribute to this institution. Thank you. We support our effort.
I think the whole way from now it will be Amandla and Viva. I think what you have reflected on the difference regarding you have made actually a very creative scenario that not many would think about when you spoke about Sandton and Alex and comparing it to the distance between Bloemfontein and Welkom campus and what is happening there. But I'm sure it also reflects on the historical moment that happened with the students when they walked, sacrificed themselves and walked. Every time I drive from Bloemfontein to Welkom and from Welkom to Bloemfontein, it always feels it feels long. And then I wonder, when they were walking, it must have been longer. No wonder it was aching, but it was a sacrifice that they made to close those gaps that you were talking about. And also talking to the issues of students, of course, and from an alumni perspective, that the graduates that we're producing they come here to learn and they go back without what they came here for. And we are sending them back to the same societies that they come back from. Now we will go to our last Amandla comrade, I think, which is the Student Representative Council rep, Mr. Thabo Moapela. I hope I said your surname correct. Oh, there he is. Oh. Before they kill me, they wanted me to correct it. Oh, it's the SLC president.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chair of the session. Greetings to all stakeholders, VC, executive of the university, and also greetings to all house members who are gathered here. All protocol noted. Comrade Chair, myself and also my collective were very revolted with the fact that we were invited via WhatsApp text without a formal invitation. So please, Comrade Chair, fix that thing. So we are speaking about transformation here. So we believe that as the SRC, that the policy must be revisited because the university uses the only chapters only that suits them. So on gender, race, class, simultaneously shape and structure the experience of all people. Furthermore, These three categories intertwine one way or the other and do not exist independent of each other. Association is a major factor affecting most students in institutions of higher learning. It is regarded as a creating, overlapping, and interdependent system of discrimination, which encourage students and often leads them into depression and anxiety. So as the nation in general, we can start by acknowledging each other and spread love, because there is already enough hate as it is. It starts with individual by dismantling racist behaviors, because we might have skin colors which are different, but we eat the same food, drink the same water, and breathe the same oxygen. Furthermore, we also dismantle tribalism, because we can never become a non-racist organization if tribalism still exists. Programs to expose gender and sexuality should be implemented in institutions of higher learning. It could be through community outreach and affiliating vibrant institutional organization in institutions which can be utilized to conquest discrimination based on gender, race, and class. Institutions should ensure they have sanitary towels and clothing donation drive. This is because campuses have abundant condoms, but there are female students missing class because they don't have money to purchase sanitary towels. The underprivileged are marginalized in higher institutions of higher learning, and this is very discouraging for students because of they live in poverty, but they are not poverty. Institutions of higher learning should have a budget which will be used as a subsidy for unfunded students, because society already marginalized the unprivileged. Awareness campaigns should be made compulsory in order to educate in institutions of higher learning, so that we dismantle homophobic actions against LGBTQIA+ community. Also on transformation, the university, when they hire staff, they must ensure that they recruit CUT graduates rather than outsourcing outside. Being a student is a challenging journey, as it is, but to deal with additional stressors is discouraging and demoralizing. Institutions of higher learning should create a conducive environment for students in order to acknowledge and consider students' mental health, because mental health problems don't define who we are. You walk in the rain, you feel the rain, but you are not the rain. Let us spread love and avoid segregation and discrimination. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would really like to apologize, since you are, SRC is one of the important stakeholders, and you have heard throughout today's presentations that we are considering transforming the part of students. So we would like to apologize for the invitation through WhatsApp. We would like to apologize for that. But you raised important issues, that when we transform, we also transform the policies, because of policies is the ones that we are going to implement, or that's what we are going to hold on to guide us through everything that we are doing. and also raising the association of power. They say it's important who you associate yourself with. But most importantly, one of the issues that you have raised, I think it's what Dr. Masonda was referring to yesterday when he was talking about the class struggle. And when we look at, we have this default approach to when we look at progressive people, we always look at them from a point of saying that because they're black, they won't hurt me or they won't do that. And you're raising the issue of tribalism. Tribalism is the same as racism. It's just you're doing it to a person of a different color or who shares the same color as yourself. You know, we can go as to further saying it's the same thing when we talk about xenophobia. You're just doing crimes to the person of the same color and try to justify it. So thank you for raising those specific things. And I'm sure also the other parts that you have raised about homophobia and condoms and you know, the kind of society that we're dealing with of students that we need to take into consideration. We'll now move to the other part. You've now listened to the parts where we talk about our transformation, right? And what are the plans of us going there has been the most of the part and the messages that we've heard. And now if you look at the other part of the program, it talks now to the overview of where the university has come from and where it is going in terms of transformation. I think it's that part as we were talking about where we said that we also always need to evaluate and assess ourselves as where we were and be truthful about it, right? About where we were and that. And to unpack that specific issue will be done by Councillor Master Maso. He's the chairperson of the Institutional Forum. Thank you.
Yeah, I see when I get in, people are leaving, I don't know. Good afternoon and dumelang molweni, goeiedag, di masiar. Maybe before I start, I must just give a brief explanation on what is IF. But today I'm only going to speak on the part of transformation. And we also have a role to advise council, which is the highest decision-making body in this university. Now I'm worried that those that are supposed to drive, drivers are not here. Drivers are not here. The IF is actually, they are the owners of the bus. So the VC and the DVCs and whoever, they are the drivers. We have taken them because they've got necessary licenses to drive. But we need now and then to make sure that they always give us feedback on whether are they reaching to their destinations and what challenges and what is happening. As I start, I would like to start with these words that the change is hard at first, messy in the middle, beautiful at the end. To improve is to change and to grow is to change, and growth is the only evidence of life. Now, we have made progress in numerous areas within the university. Issues that relate to language policy, community engagement initiatives, redressing the injustices of the past, although there are still challenges, but it's work in progress. The critical thing that we need to also focus on is the issue that relates to implementation of all these things that I've spoken about. I mentioned the language policy. That normally you find that these policies are written, but you never see any usage of them in practicality. When you look at our language policy, we also have got English, Sesotho, and Afrikaans as language that can be used. But you only see them when you get commune from the VC and everybody. You'll see there will be translation of Sesotho, and sometimes Afrikaans, but English will always be there. But when you go to interviews of those that are less fortunate, and some of them did not create this situation of them being where they are, that you are interviewing a truck driver or a cleaner, and you want to use English, and this person knows the work. He or she can drive and do all the activities, but they can't express themselves in English. And it's not by creation, it's because of the situation that they find themselves in. Now, we need to make sure that we make use of these policies that we have to say, why can't we interview this person in Sesotho or in Afrikaans, to make sure that at least they are able to respond easily, than for them to be saying, yeah, I can drive, but and you end up not getting answers. But if you had used the right language, you'll be able to do so. We have invited a number of our people who are in this cleaning, who are in gardening and so on. And I think going forward, we must start changing these names. You know, in hotels, people that do cleaning in hotels, they are called housekeepers. You know, so we need to start changing these names. Some of them sound demeaning. So we need to start looking into these things and change them, and make sure that because some of these people are doing a very important work. You know, during the weekend when we are not here, we see everybody. The people that are protecting this university protection service, but sometimes they are not taken serious. But we have left everything, these computers and everything that is here, we have left them to them and say protect them. But at the end of the day, when you ask them about their situation and environment of working, you see that there's no transformation. We really need to look into these things. Now, transformation is no longer only about direct and indirect discrimination, race, gender issues, and social origin. The issue of color, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, and also artificial barriers, although although these things are important, the issues that ensuring that we adhere to equity and so on, we always need to make sure that we maintain balance. We know that we are in a drive to make sure that those designated groups that have never been given opportunity, they are given opportunity now. But we also need to continually evaluate to make sure that we don't overpopulate that space, but we keep the balance. So it is important that we must always look into these issues of equity. Now, the summit comes just after a past era of COVID-19, which brought problems, challenges, but also opportunities. What is critical, though, is that we need to, as the sector, learn from what we have had to go through. As a sector, at some point, we had to use digital pedagogy during the pandemic to mitigate the challenges that we are facing. This has taught us that we must always be ready for the unknown. But the adoption and the maturity of using digital pedagogy comes with challenges, and that indicate that, and also in the era that we were in, it also indicated that we are not ready to really participate actively into this hyper interconnectivity world. Now that we are back to face-to-face classes, we now have the opportunity to reimagine the higher education sector and engage into optimal and technological resources and pursuing digital transformation. The recent challenge of electricity also brings opportunity to universities to create innovative ideas on the new source of energy that can be used, and also ensuring that we respond to these immediate challenges and find lasting solutions. The electricity and water problems have a serious impact on the economic growth. The society as a whole is expecting universities as centers of knowledge and solution to play their role. We cannot have engineers or produce engineers, electrical, mechanical, and so on, but we're unable to respond to these challenges. We've got students that are studying their civil engineering who are majoring in transportation, water, and all these things. We need to start indicating that we are real centers of knowledge and respond to these challenges. If we speak about community engagement, we need to stop going to communities to give them blankets, shoes, and all these things. We need to start providing what we have, which is knowledge and the practicality and experience to be able to provide solutions, and stop ticking the box that, hey, we went there, we gave them blankets, we gave them shoes, and then we take photos, and then we appear in the website, and then we are proud of ourselves, say CUT and so on. That's totally wrong. If I was in another platform, I would say it's nonsense. So it is important that we make sure that we react to those things. We need to also look into the social practicality of our approaches in implementing this digital transformation. Check whether we are ready to engage into this implementation. During the pandemic, we were faced with challenge of continuing with the university activities. Then the university decided that it's going to give student data. They gave student data. Later, students started writing emails and say that we don't have devices to use this data. We had to buy devices. And after we bought devices, we said, no, at least now we have dealt with the situation. They then came back and said, hey, in some of the areas where we are staying, there is a problem of electricity. We had to get small solar panels to give to them. And later they came back and said, I know, we're happy that now we have these things, but there are areas where you don't have internet connectivity because of unavailability of satellites or satellites being far. And as the university at some point we started saying we need to have hybrid approach. Hey, we use nice English. We said we need to have hybrid approach. So some students must come back and some must stay there. So these ones with challenges we need to make sure we bring. But if the university was intentional in making use of its data that they collect, I mean, now that we are going towards end of the year, there are a lot of students that have applied. I've checked the application. There's no way it asks to say that, do you have a laptop, a desktop, or a phone? At least so that you collect this data in time. So that if this unknown comes, you are ready to be able to say, I know that at least I've got 50 students that might not have access to this device. What do I do? But we collect this data, and some of the forms are so outdated. I don't have a problem with religion. I'm also a religious person. But you see, you are still collecting, I'm from Roman Catholic Church, I'm from what and what and what. But you are not using that information anyway. You understand? You are still collecting other information, some of other information that is discriminatory. But you are failing to collect this relevant information to really know the kind of students that you are accepting in the university, so that you are able to respond to them. Some of them you will see even in spaces where you need to feel that you are differently abled. The space there that is provided, you can't give details so that everybody knows what is your different abilities all about. But you've got those forms that are there, you just tick disability. Then from there, the student come and you find that you can't respond to that disability because all those things that are required. So it is important that we must collect data, but also make sure that we analyze this data so that we can be able to come up with the positive outcomes. Because if we make use of this information that is available in our hand, we'll be able to progress, and this university at least will be at some point. There are still a number of challenges, but I know that we've got capacity and capability to be able to move. But maybe in closing, chairperson of the session, MC, comrade, I'm really concerned that I see the other executives are here, but others are not here. I don't know, maybe there's something more important than transformation. but we'll make expression in the right platforms because I'm expecting that they should also be sitting here, listening to what everybody and all the stakeholders are saying about the engagement of transformation. Otherwise, they are going to implement and do things that we're not expecting. And at the end of the day, when we go and embarrass them outside, we'll write articles, Prof. We'll write articles outside there and they start saying that, but why are you saying this? I said, no, I'm not writing as IF chair, I'm writing in my personal capacity, but raising challenges of the university. So they need to be here so that they can listen to us and know that this is what is expecting. In closing, Chair, I would like to say that change is hard at first, messy in the middle, and beautiful at the end. To improve is to change, to grow is to change, and growth is the only evidence of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the speech that Masweu. If for academics and language people, when you say nonsense, to others it might sound like a swear word. For us, it's a word. We call it, if it doesn't make sense, it's nonsense. In other contexts, it might give it it might be a swear word, but we spoke about academic freedom, so we will take it that you said nonsense. Yes. I think what you have raised is important, and I think it's what the President were talking about as we're changing our policies and we're changing our systems. Those systems must be able to be transformative in their nature. And as you have said, that as we are collecting data, we look at the data. And you have also reflected on what Ndate Ramatisa was saying, that how do we prepare for ourselves if we have another hit on lockdown and such things? Are we prepared to deal with the students? Do we know the students as they know the institution? Because they do research about the institution and why they want to be here. But do we do about them, you know? It made me think about during lockdown and why I always have this worry when we talk about digital transformation, we talk about 4IR, and I look at where our students are staying. And during lockdown specifically, we had students who were staying in Kwakwa. And those who come from Kwakwa will know that in Kwakwa, there's the post office situation was a bit challenging. And it means that it's not delivered at your home where you get your post. You must go and look at it at the post office and have a post box and such a thing. And it was very challenging for the students. There was not even network there. People who go there will tell we are going into the hole because there will be no network challenges. So when I go into town, I will talk to you when I'm in town. And those are challenges that are in most of our places where our students, the caliber of students that we are having here, as talented as they are, but their backgrounds are like that. And it's important that you said we collect data on such things so that we know who are we dealing with and how do we give them the correct service. We will now move on to our next speaker. And even though she came in a different capacity, but I think that she has taken note of your data collection issue because of she is spearheading one of the issues that you have raised, which is Mejubi. But like I said, in this capacity, she's going to talk about how women in higher education can respond to the different differences at work within the context of continued consequences of segregation. So we will give Mejubi Mawoyo. She's the Assistant Registrar, Academic Structure and Student Enrollment Services. Mejubi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And Mutamaisi, all protocols are observed. Wow. You know, people spoke about a lot of things when it came into transformation. And I heard them speaking about language transformation. And I was like, okay, maybe I can speak in Sesotho. Will everyone understand? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, as a woman working in higher education, I started working in higher education in 2010. And when I joined the sector, it was a shock, you know. And being a support staff member, you find that it's mainly women. And in those days, they were data capturers. And you ask yourself to say, are there no males who can do this? Because males were only managers and leaders, but women were there. And you ask yourself, how do I respond to this? You know, private sector, as much as we think that transformation is slow, they try to balance. And I've realized that in the public sector, as much as we're expecting so much from our politicians, what I can say is politicians are way ahead of us in terms of transformation. What can we adopt from politicians in terms of women in higher education? Because sometimes you feel like you are in this space just to feel the profile of the institution. But in terms of decision making, are you there? Are you heard? You know, because you feel when you even in these meetings, there are those subtle microaggressions that we can actually feel that because I'm a woman, this is why I'm receiving this. And how do you respond as a person? You go back to what other previous speakers have said to say, maybe we need to look at our backgrounds, right? Our social challenges that we've had. When you go back home, how many of you, especially the married people, how many of you can honestly tell me that when the child is sick, you are called as a father from school? Okay, that what we have experienced is that it's women, right? And now you realize that these challenges are not only in this space, they come from home, right? Like Dr. Malebo said that if you have a parent who passes on and then there's a boy and a girl in the house, who stops going to school? It's a girl, and it's like a vicious cycle. It continues up until you get to this level. And how we respond is that, you know what? I need to develop myself. I need to perform 10 times. And it's reality. It's not like it's in papers only where the researchers have done this work. It's in reality you have to perform 10 times. And now for us as support staff, you think that, wow, university has got all these transformation plans for academics. What about support staff? You know, you have these students that you are developing that they become these transformed students who can use 4IR. What are you saying to support staff? What are you saying to a person who cleans? Are you teaching them to say, when you are cleaning there, you have Vision 2030 in your head, so that when they respond to these transformation initiatives that we are taking, they are at the same level as you, you know. For us to grow as support staff, you have to continue study. And to be honest, our operational requirements do not allow that, because you are constantly there to support the academia. So in terms of transformation, Prof. Makula, there's a need to balance between the support and academic staff, to say as much as the institution's main goal is to drive the academic project, look at the people who are supporting you, because you need A-stars as well there. And I think one of the things that I picked up which were so shocking for support staff, as this institution, we do not have promotion policy for support staff. What are you saying about them? You know, I've recently gone to VC's Excellence Awards. It was basically academic. What are you saying about your support? You know, so when you respond as a line manager where you are sitting, you say, as I develop myself, I have to develop this team. Because you cannot be developed there and get to the level where the rest of the world is, and you leave the people who are supposed to be supporting what you need to achieve at the end of the day. And Dr. Mukoma spoke about theory versus practicality, to say, are these some of those nice to haves so that we can have beautiful reports? How do we ensure that we live them? How do we ensure that as a woman, I'm not fearful to speak my mind? I can actually tell you that this is incorrect. You're not supposed to be doing that. But you know how you get labeled? She leads with her emotions. You know, she's a woman. You know, and how do we step out of that? That's because people have forgotten the aspect of being a being. We all use our emotions, because I believe we all have emotions. Just that I'm not a psychologist, so for some of the things I won't I won't know. But I believe that we all have emotions. But as a woman, sometimes when you are here, you have to walk like this, you know, on the eggshells, right? And then now when you respond, you have to tell yourself that, you know what, I'm going there to serve this community that I care so much. I'm going there to serve the students that I care so much about. And even our students, you know, when they come, because they've seen how these people are treated, they will treat you like nothing as a support staff. There's a gentleman, you know, I just that I'm so shy that I'm even afraid to ask him his name, right? So when on my way to the office in the mornings, he'll be blowing the leaves, that guy. Oh my goodness, the passion that he has. And I'm like, wow, these are the kind of people that we want, because you can see the way he's cleaning and holding this thing. You know, he motivates me every day. When sometimes I feel like as a woman, I want to give up on this journey, to say, but that person is so passionate. Sometimes but he's busy blowing. In August, you know, when it's windy, he'll be busy cleaning, because he knows that at the end of the day, the university needs to look clean. Basadi, not only in higher education. When I started working in higher education, I had a colleague who didn't hire young women, right? His reasoning was that they're gonna get married, fall pregnant, take 4 months leave. And I'm like, where are you coming from? Where you dropped somewhere because someone fell pregnant for you to be here, you know? And those are the honest things that we don't want to talk about, to say women need to be supported. For us to be at the same level as our male counterparts, you have to perform 10 times. For myself to end up being a professor and see myself in Senate one day, oh my goodness, I'm like, where am I right now? I'm left with something like 15 years to retire, and then now I have to be a professor to be in Senate, you know? So those are the narratives that the institution needs to look at, to say, what do we want to achieve? Let's not have it good in paper. When you go to our core values, colleagues, they are beautiful. You know, those are some of the things that brings you back on daily basis to come to CUT to say, I want to serve this beautiful institution, because we have so many beautiful core values. Are we living by them, or they are just there because we have to have them as an institution? You know, we are change agents. And this movement, as it goes year on, we need to sit down and reflect to say, as a change agent, what is that I have brought as an individual that is tangible, that can be seen, you know? And again, one thing that I picked up when I arrived at CUT, I felt like an outsider, and there's sometimes that I feel like I'm an outsider. You know, because now you're coming from this other institution, and then you see to say, okay, what is that I can transform based on my experience, right? And some of them are so challenging, because someone will tell you, I've been working here for more than 40 years. Who are you? Right? And now you need to rise above. You say, you cannot be talking about 4IR and digital transformation, and you don't want to get to this level. You cannot be talking about being change agents, and the next thing you don't want to change. What is that you are changing? And there are so many things that we need to look at when we change, when we have a change or transformation processes. We don't just look at the systems. A system is a big thing. It has people, it has technology, it has data, it has processes. Do we look at that? Or when we talk about change and transformation, you only look at the system as in technology? You know, so those are the things that we think of where we are sitting and how we respond to all these challenges that we face as women. And for me, in all honesty, I don't like being called black. I don't. If a form has something black, white, what, I choose other. Because I'm still trying to figure where is this black thing coming from. You know, and I think that's the same thing that put us in a situation that we are, because of how we were classified. And I said, I so wish to see the person who has created us to be in this, because being black women, it's like a sin. You know, it's such a challenge to be called a black woman. Just call me something else. Don't call me black, right? Because that has got so many things against it. Black women cannot lead. As a black women leader, you get challenged when you raise issues that are there and you want them to be solved. You know, and we can see in higher education, we can see what Professor Pakeng is going through. And when you sit down and look at those things, have you seen any of our counterparts of a different skin color going through such, you know? And some of the strides that we have achieved as CUT, and to be honest, I'm so excited when I think of them. We have a women registrar, you know? We have upcoming VC, which is a female. Are we celebrating such enough, you know? To ensure that this transformation on some aspects is so tangible. And as we celebrate them, do they have voice? Are they free? So that we can say we have true women leaders. So as a woman, most of the time you have to explain yourself first before you can raise an issue. To say, this is what I'm doing, Ntate Masweu, I took your note for the applications and I'm doing 1, 2, 3. And colleagues, I'm automating this way, you know? And you'll still get people to say, no, you are moving in a slow pace. And I'm like, have you ever heard what we call change management? The process itself? Do you ever give women to say, I am stopping, evaluate the changes that I have to bring, and then see if I am winning? You are not giving that such a chance as a woman. You have to be in the same lane as your male counterparts. Forgetting that you, when you get home, you still have to cook. Ntate Makola, do you cook when you get home? Sometimes, right? You understand? So as women, you have those caps, like Dr. Malebo said, that when you get home, you become Dr. Malebo mom, sister, you know, aunt, and all those things. And now I'm expected to run at the same pace as my male counterpart, who can go home and call the wife, please, my love, bring me a beer, you know, massage me, you know, do 1, 2, 3. And those are the realities. That's why some people, and I always say that that's because maybe they've never been into a marriage institution where they will nicely just judge and say that no, linyalo ha se lona, go a little too much. That's because they don't know, you know. Ask us who are married, they have 3 kids, they have husband, what do you do when you get home, you know. And to be honest, those are the things that we don't talk about, that I'll be exhausted when I leave CUT. When I get home, my second born is waiting and say, okay, can you help me to get a picture of a solar system? And I'm like, my baby, Google has a voice or something. You can just talk to it. It will show you. You understand? So those are the things that we really don't talk about. As a woman, I'll tell them that 4:30, I've knocked off when it's not peak time on my side, because I need to log off on my way home so that I can concentrate on another duty fully. Program director, I didn't check my time, but I think it's over. Thank you very much for this, and thank you for this.
I like how you stopped yourself. Yeah, very spontaneous. I'm announcing something at least good, that we'll have lunch earlier to re-energize ourselves. You know, when we come back, they say food is a source of energy. But sometimes it's a way of people sleeping or not coming back after that. You know, that's why during events you become strategic. If you want an event to be successful, you give everything at the end, so that people will wait patiently until that time comes.
Yes.
Right? But now we don't want to take you through that. We are transforming programs as they are supposed to be. So we will have our last speaker, and then after after her thingy, her address, we will then have lunch, and then after lunch we will continue with the other parts of the event. And Mejubi raised something very important. They always say, when women speak, they say you must not be emotional. I always say that, no, I'm not emotional. Emotional is an understatement. I'm hormonal. There's a lot of hormones that there's an atomic bomb scientific thing happening in it. It's dangerous. And what you're seeing is just the surface. If it has to come out, this whole university would fall into pieces, right? Because that's what they use for us. They say you must not be emotional, right? As if they themselves are not emotional. Yes. And then I think one other aspect that you have raised, which was also a concern when I saw in the program, right? When I attended HERS SA, and in HERS SA, it was women who are all in academia. And the problem is that one thing that we also don't want to talk about is the segregation that's between support staff and academic staff. People who are working in one environment. And that is the deepest segregation, because of under it is discrimination. It's disrespect, How people are disregarded because you are in support staff, that one. And in their nature, academics have this radical approach to things and sometimes being straightforward about what they're talking about. But because we are in one institution and one environment, there's a big part of segregation that we don't want to talk about. And you will normally pick it up with students, because students take advantage of it, right? They will go to support staff then in exam and they will say, yeah, the lecturer said this. And then they will go to you and say that, yeah, the people in exam said this, because they can already smell and they sense the tension that is between that. And I think in our transformation plan, and as we are going forward, we also need to close that gap. That how do we view ourselves as agents of transformation, as Mejubi has said, in a sense that we also close those gaps between support staff and their role and the academic staff, and how do we work together as one and understand each other, and not being that division that is there. We will now give to Eme Telindankili. She's the manager for counseling and wellness in the Wellness Center. And maybe that question about psychology that you spoke about, she will address it in her in her part. And she's also going to speak to us about how women in higher education can respond to the differences at work within the context, continued consequences, and segregation. Mankili, thank you.
Good day, colleagues. I see everyone is just so somber. It's a very somber mood. I'm not sure if it's because of the topics that we are addressing, or is it the hunger, Mantwa? Maybe the food will, make people a bit happy. Before I even greet, I liked what Mejubi spoke about, that when you are in a certain position, or when she spoke about how an ex-colleague didn't want to hire a woman because they would get married and then fall pregnant. Ultimately, we will get married and fall pregnant. So I just think of my own situation, right now. And it took me such a long time to let my line manager know that I'm sitting with a certain situation. Because when people think about women already, we are hormonal. We are always emotive. And then you bring pregnancy in it. They're like, yo, how is this one going to make rational decisions? So you try by all means to, when you're on campus, that you're not even going to put in your 100%, but you're going to put in 150%, so that people overlook the gender aspect of it, of which it shouldn't be, right? So, greetings, colleagues, greetings to highly esteemed guests, and thank you to the organizers of this auspicious event. I think it's a very auspicious event, and I would have hoped that it was a full house so that, more people could gauge on these topics that we're speaking on. And hopefully, Mantwa, next year we will be hosting the event, ne, Prof? Welcome Campus will be hosting. No, next year we in Welcome, so we are ready with the fire. So if we look at the topic itself, just looking at the aspect of what a woman is, and if you look at what the norms that have the normative roles women have been given, you would find, as Umejubi spoke about, that we are wives, we are mothers, we are caregivers, and even when a person comes into your office, they will start by either mama or sis G, you know, like already trying to soften up that space. So while I speak on my presentation, I would like for us to just keep that in mind at the back of our heads on how these normative roles have come about and how we can break those status quos as well. So this topic was very loaded. So I started looking at the consequences of segregation. And within the world of work, so if we look at the consequences of segregation and we start thinking about those consequences of segregation, noticing like the implications that it has had not only on our present, but also the vast implications that it will have for the future. So the implications would impact our psychological being, the economy on itself, socially, and so forth. So historically, positions of power were not given to women mostly. You'd find that positions of power were occupied by the male species. But in more particular, these positions of power were not given to women of color. So women were deemed, because of those gender roles, to more your secretarial positions, note-taking, making of tea. So even if you had started in a little managerial position, a junior managerial position, or an office of power, you would still be told that you need to go and make tea because it's your duty to do so as a woman. And this had become the status quo. So these positions of power, especially in the higher education sphere where we are based in, were vastly difficult for women, particularly those women of color, to infiltrate. So if you would just consider your positions with regards to your executive positions for a moment, just think about who occupies most executive positions within the higher education field, not only within CUT, but across the board. So you'll have an idea of who actually occupied, these spaces. So not only was it, and it still is very difficult for women to infiltrate within these spaces of leadership roles, particularly roles of leadership, such as your junior management, executive management, your deans, your registrars, your vice chancellors, policy-making decisions, processes, and so forth. Women, especially of color, were met with an opposition, even in registering for a minor PhD degree or such attainments. So I know, like in the institution that I was studying in, you would find that in the environmental science sphere, you will not find many people of color out above your honors level. So everyone will just stop at honors, and then master's, PhD, it will be your white males. So we are hoping that that has changed with time. And then if we look at our pioneers of the sector of higher education, you'd find that most pioneers were predominantly male. Looking at the pioneers of my field of work, which is psychology, we will even call them the fathers of psychology. So so it was our Prof. Bakula, they would make those theories of psychology. There was no woman that was involved in that. So this then influenced, so these pioneers being men would then influence the policy development processes because these are men. So who are they thinking for? Themselves. And it will influence also the decision-making processes within the sector, and it therefore continued this segregation of women. So, however, we are starting to see a demise of such policies. Hopefully, a bit, surely we'll get there, whereby new policies are being developed with an ounce of favor, just an ounce of favor towards women and particularly women of color. However, it is important to note that even in the development of these policies, women still do not possess the power to some decision-making capabilities. So, yes, there are new policies that seek to find women in favor. However, women are not involved in creating those policies. And that needs to change. So we are looking for policies for women initiated by women. So nothing for me without me. So looking at these newly introduced policies to try and balance the gap, like your BEE, your affirmative action, that will shape, the context of work. Have these policies been favorable? Have they been successful in bridging this equity gap? Somewhat, they've been favorable, whereby we see women infiltrating and occupying more positions of power. However, it has not come to the point that we would like to see. Because sometimes you would find that these women are occupying positions of power, but as pawns of something else. So I'm there, but I'm just there as part of a statistic. There's something else that is driving that statistic. So there's still more work to be done with regards to that. And then if we look at post allocation, so the new posts that come out, you'll find that more women, especially those of color, are giving much more favor and are more likely to occupy those posts, trying to bridge that equity gap. So now getting to the punch of the matter, how do we deal head on with this segregation within the workspace? So we've all been talking about policies, policies, policies. So I believe that's where we should start. We should start with more policies. But these policies should, as I had said, should be initiated by women and not just policies that think this is how women should be treated or this is how we should govern the space. So we need to start with policies and who develops these policies. How do we ensure that these policies are effective, durable, and sustainable? We have policies that are just sitting there. We have policies created within the institution, but they are just sitting and creating dust. They are collecting dust. They are not being used. Once in a while, when we are being audited, we'll be asked to take out those policies, review the policies, and then the policies are placed back there. But we need to start making use of these policies and start checking on a day-to-day basis if, does this still work? Is it still relevant? How sustainable is this in the coming future? And also to look within the recruitment process, whereby the job advertising would be preferably women. We, however, need to have control measures in place to not overburden the workplace or to over-infiltrate with women unnecessarily and to just hire women by virtue of being a woman, even though I do not qualify. So even looking at the selection of our graduates or looking at the selection of our student choices, what type of students do we take?
what type of courses do we have within our institution? What is it that we are teaching our students? Even looking at programs externally from the academic sphere, what is it that we are teaching our students? What is it that they leave with from this university? And how do we empower women within the institution? Do we have enough empowerment tools? What is it that we need to do to assist in creating more spaces for those empowerments? And what type of support is given to women in leadership roles? Once we have occupied these spaces, in conclusion, we need to own these spaces. So me being a junior manager and being female should not just end by that, me just being a junior manager. We need to occupy these spaces. We need to own the space and be assertive about being in those spaces. So we need to start with the transformation of the mind. So for far too long, we've been told who we are, what we can do, what our capabilities are. And we need to start changing that. Believing that the space you have occupied is a space that you deserve, and it's a space that you've infiltrated and you're willing to work within. So the institution should also build on already existing policies and make it an effort to include women in spaces of decision-making processes from the student phase. So we need to start grooming our women leadership from the student phase, not from the top. Yes. And then, so should a woman feel as if they are being segregated, they should be assertive enough to deal with the segregation head on and not to be meek about it just because I am woman. Amandla to Amandla. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, the announcement on the lunch situation. Can we? We will use this for you to be able to get your lunch. I'm so sorry for the people online. It's like shame. Okay, but you can send me the addresses. They can post it or something. And then obviously, our guests and the presenters and exec management will leave through this door to go to the foyer that side for lunch. We will also change that. It speaks to segregation, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's animal farm situation. We will change that. People must be together. But yes, just to highlight on some of the things that you have said before we just close the session is you touched on important issues of the normative roles that are given to us and that comes here. You know, even when students come, they say like, "Our mother," right? When they have done that. And I always ask them, when you come to me and you say, "How mother," do you go to some of these male lecturers and do this tantrum and say, "How father"? Do you say that? They always just say, that's what they say. But to us, the drama that will say there, because of that, they know that you have that in you, right? That you will give up. You will give up as a woman. But what you have to, you spoke about PhDs and doctorates of those that have actually, you know, apart from the side of those that don't get to them. I was saying the other time when we were meeting with some of the people, some of the doctors that we graduated with, that if we have to write stories about our PhDs and how we graduated and how we got there, we will write the most horrible movie in South Africa for how did black women get to that, you know. You'll just take a year, your proposal just sitting there, nobody saying nothing about it, it's just sitting there. As a black woman, you said something wrong. So those are the horrible stories that you were saying. And it's true what you were saying. Psychology and sociology and languages, they share the same thing. They have the gods and the fathers of their theories. And there's no mother, you know. Such a house without a mother, right? So like you have said, we're also carrying, as Dr. Paul has said, that we make this an active thing, that we groom and become intentional about preparing our young women for the realities that they might face. As much as we are fighting for this a thing to change, I mean, Winnie Mandela and those, we still celebrate those women that walked, right, for our freedom and for us to be recognized. But today we are still experiencing those things. It will only be good that, we will do justice to our women, young women within our institution, for them to prepare them for the outside world and wherever they are going, that they might still be dealing with such issues. With that being said, let me not be the thing that's between you and your food. Okay, enjoy your lunch. It's 30 minutes. At 13:45 we're coming back. It's now 13:15. Yes, enjoy lunch.
Okay.
Um, Sorry, apologies for that. Yeah, I know we were supposed to come back at 13:45, but we are at the last push of our summit, and we are now going to get contributions from our. As I've said, that this last part is from where we started this morning is actually our different stakeholders, and on the other part where we started with Councillor Mastamaswe was all of the internal stakeholders giving their contribution towards the summit. And at this point, we are going to give to some of our internal staff members and also other stakeholders. And we will start with a message from our CUT Protection Services. And we'll get a message from Mr. Stumo Obri Rikhotso. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the program director, Memoli Dr. Mulite. Greetings to all external stakeholder and internal stakeholder of the University of Free State and people inside the house. My name is Obris Dumarokoto. I'm representing Protection Services, Post Campus, Blom and Welcome. The message of contribution through transformation from Protection Services, I have only 2 questions regarding the transformation. Transformation, we are referring to transform women or university as a whole. My question is, I hear a lot of speakers here talking about transformation, but I never hear where they are referring to. Is it transformation, we are transforming women or we are transforming university? If we are transforming women, are this summit work for us as a Welcome campuses? Before I go in details, I want to thank Welcome employee who supported us here to this summit. Mepule as a senior director not senior director, my supervisor.
Thank you.
My supervisor.
Promotion. Thank you.
My supervisor. Prof. Makula, campus director. Dr. Mulite, Mesana, Me Tabiseng Nonyana, and who else? I don't see people from Welcome. Oh, Major Linda, you are welcome. Who else? And the rest of the Welcome employee, you are welcome. Before I go on, I hear speakers spoke about segregation, and they never define us what is segregation. And it's a problem for us because some of the people, they don't know what is segregation is. Segregation means it's a separation. So I don't know, is it a separation between women or is a separation of all people or a part of individual? So I think it's very important to know those terms because we are here, some of us, we don't know those terms. So we're supposed to try to clarify when we talk about segregation, what are you talking about, so that we can on the same space, so that we can understand each other. So thank you very much. I want to thank Dr. Mulite to represent us in Welcome campus. So Dr. Mulite, to you, Mama, we are very lucky to have you and Welcome. We are very lucky to have you because you are each and every event happen in CUT. You are the one who is supposed to be a program director. Even if it's a what do you call it? What do you call it? Graduation. You are the one who's supposed to present us. So we are very happy. We are lucky to have you as a young woman, a young doctor in CUT. So my contribution, I want to contribute on women. You must transform women. So there's another thing that we forget. What about those women those women who doesn't have a qualification? Because now we are facing on to transforming those who have qualification. What about those who doesn't have qualification? Are we transforming them or not? Yes. So let's look to those who doesn't have qualification and try to transform them, so that we can see when we meet again, we can see that this issue of transformation is working for us. Yeah. So as a university, we must look onto it so that you can see. We're supposed to have a statistic and see, since we started this transformation, is it working for us? How many people being transformed? How many buildings being transformed, both universities? So that is my message for contributing. Yeah. Thank you very much.
It's a welcome thing, a family thing. You raised an important point. Now that you've realized it, I also have now a reflection to go do. Meaning the institution must also start to transform and give me a second salary for this job. I must get paid for always being there. Almost like the face of the institution or something. I should get paid for that. It's a lot of work. You raised an important point. Thank you for bringing it up. But what you have raised is important, right? That what is transformation? Have we... You are raising what one of the students once asked, that have we spoken about the Vision 2030 and cascaded it down to the people at the lower levels for them to understand, which is the same thing that happens about this specific Transformation Summit. Do the people at the lower levels actually understand what the summit is about and what they can contribute towards this specific summit? And as you were spoken about segregation and such things, and how do we then transform our people at the lower levels to make sure that they become the ones of tomorrow? You know, as a union, we always pride ourselves in every graduation when we see what we have produced as a union for fighting for our people to be able to get access to being taught. And you'll see them there having their post doctorate, BTECs, post diplomas and such things. All those qualifications, we get proud as a union because that's what we're fighting for. But I think as all internal stakeholders, we need to work towards that to ensure that people that are there is movement of going upwards. You know, we know some of them might not even have a matric certificate. You know, and how do we assist them in getting those things? Thank you for raising that specific part. We will now go to the next presenter, Melizzi Ntete. Have I said it right? And she's going to give us a message from CUT Cleaning Services. And she was asking me earlier whether you should speak in Sesotho. I'm not even going to translate.
The language policy says Sesotho is there.
Greetings, everyone. Protocol upset. I'd like to thank my manager to give me this opportunity to come and stand here to speak on behalf of the cleaners. My name is Lizzie Ntete. I'm a cleaner there at Lapeng, and I believe some of you knows me. Amen. Amen. I will, doctor. Okay. I can speak my language. Reparting a transformation. Reparting a transformation. Rona as cleaners. Ke batla bua ka part ya education. Monare University at the higher level of education. And we have requested the classes are matric, and they did really grant us the matric classes. And then which reliable. And then renale but to few people belong hore bafua the opportunity to study as cleaners, and then some of them graduated. Amen. Amen. And then, which really was a whole. But I have this issue, ka taba ya matric. Re the parents, we have kids, re ba whole. Ha re kopa taba ya hore re fuwe opportunity to upgrade, kap attend the classes of matric. Ha re bolele hore re fuwe 2 months to study. Re hloka course eo e be ya selemo, 12 months at least. Because really our minds, some of us, re nahane how many years re sa attend school. So we need time, hore we must bring back our mind to education. So ke kopa please, ndate benu mametse, can at least they make it a year course. So that re kgone ho pusha, ke kopa re mshapele matsoho. Le management o mametse. Yeah. So ke a kopa hore at least ha be 12 months, so that you can balance everything that you plan in your life. As a parent, as a worker, as a mother, dintho tseo kaofela, as a sister. Because rona ba bang we are single parents. So you can imagine motho ha le single parents or na o jere ka boima bokae mme o buile. So re a kopa hore tswetswe management. We've been attending for 3 years, but there is no progress. Meaning ha ba kgone ho re fihlella. Sorry. So re kopa change. How be le change? Please itemeng eo ya hore re attend a skolo se teng matric teng ba upgrade ba senang ngona ba leka hore ba tlatsa di subjects tsa bona, but please ha ho be le a good results after. And then the other thing into hore ho na le di course di trainings tse re di attendang during the year, like computer courses. And then some of us are not even exposed to a computer. Then you for a training of a week. And then after that, you have been given a certificate. And then the post comes out here at CUT. What apply? You have a certificate of computer. Then you are being granted an office and a rotary table and the computer is here. Sit down and do your work. What do you know? Because only training your baby, but you have the certificate. Why can't they at least say 3 months or 6 months? I be but what? Hey, why basarifi at least 6 months? Couple 3 months. How about bahlulehile can need? Hore at least hore ntwe ba re se sanyona, because batho ba bangata ba na le certificate, but how ba botsa hore since ba le fa di certificate molemo wa tsona ke ofeng? You just have the certificate, but you can't implement anything. Why one like into that? Sorry, Kopa, please. Next time, next year, 2023, ali re sesa di course. I can revalue as cleaners. We might be down there, but we're not about a transformation. We want to change. As much as the other cleaners, they can attend academical level to graduate and receive diploma or degree. The same as us, but they are still left behind. So please, I can revaluing as cleaners. At least the revalue. Keep point that please. In your education, when it comes to us, please change the way you do things. Change the way little mananga them, because you do that training. Since it's about a lab where we will go and train, training you into practically training you about feeling your computer. They never come back to us and say we are still struggling to get a computer lab or what next. But se fela re le jwalo. So ke ntse santse ba di sheba hore at least ha ba re value. Ha ba ska renka jwalo ka di grounds and ba re bone fela jwalo hore re entse something and re ba tloela jwalo. You can't just we implement something we favored and then you don't do follow up. You don't come to the people and hear how the people feels. What do they achieve? It shows or you don't care. o ba nkile fela jwa the way ba leng ka teng so re kopa change. The other thing into ya house allowance re a kopa university re level 18 ya salary, and some of us at our level re dula di shekeng, we stays in shacks, some of us, and how batla hore always alone to build a house in that salary. What is going to happen? How are you going to cope? Una le bana ba 5 or 3. But at least if the university meet us halfway, at least, so that you can transform yourself, transform your life, even the modulante. Because we are at the better place. You must have a better life.
Indeed. Negotiations concluded.
So, please, raise a plea. Akele shebe management, house allowance. Kapo, le bona hore na le lokisa jwang level 18 eo. Bonus ra ikopa le yona ke tlo bua match ka yona. I tlo bua match ba ra ikopa ke tate Tlebere le nna, he's gone now. I'm taking it. I need ra ikopa. Ntho engwe ke ntho ya equipment. Re hloka equipment ka nnete. Hore mosebetsi wa rona o sebe o ba bobebe. For us to perform well, we need enough equipment. As a hand who cleaner, as a cleaner, or something, you need to go to another department or look at something, and when you get there, you have to wait for them. The next thing, Mutwa office send an emailer, you don't do your work. This is the second year in December, there's no chemicals. And hangata, hariya hayeka December, re clean it to prepare for next year. So that when we come back, musebetsi ha mongata because who busy haholo. But last year, this year, no chemicals. We don't know what is happening. So please, Leona, hi shebi, hi lukiswe. Ndleka ya utatela communications between na le motho wa office.
Very important.
Ke sebetsa le wena every day. Wa bona hore motho ena wa sebetsa o etsa mosebetsi wa hae. And then number 1 ya pele fela, how appreciate. And how se hore one word is wa molomo wa how that says thanks. Yeah, motivate.
Yeah.
Ne? And then how bona pause? Hona le rotle ho nna. You will send an email to my manager. And then manager ha tla yena o tlo mana because o sendela email hore hona le ntho eng e seng re in the office. Please start to appreciate us. Remember hore I'm the first person entering your office in the morning. Whatever risk or danger that is there, I'm the one a kopana le yo. When you come in 8 o'clock, you feel like everything is sorted and comfortable for you to start your duty. Every day wampona ki sebetsa. But mohlang o mpona ke sa perform hantle because of lack of communication. Ha o khone hore o mposa hore what is happening? We are human beings. Sometimes ke na le challenge, and a challenge ke na le yona, it affects my performance. But because I want communication, you don't even ask. You don't even say anything. The only thing that you will do, you will send an email. Please, how about communication? We need each other one way or another. No matter how classing I'm down there.
Hey.
But I have something that you don't have.
Hey.
There, down there. Hey.
Oh.
And I know you have so much offering. So because we don't communicate, there's always problem. But Harry Buan Nalwen, didn't I know if it a manager? But I sort of before the guy. And sometimes it brings attention between you, tension between you, the cleaner. You end up honali who interact how handle, how positive because of honali ing. That's how I feel. Mary, doctor of profa. Oh, mfita mwana mechlen hare next. The next thing we send a manager worker. But obviously I will feel bad. And of course that I react towards you. So communication, please, and start appreciating us. I got how fumana plekele skono kori. Lizikia Lebuwa, you did so well. So that Hosanu saying haki to work and plan better than yesterday.
Man.
Thank you so much for this time, this opportunity.
Melizzy, ha o ntse o bua ke bone people ba union ba o shebile ka mahlo ba go no le kae. But she was raising important issues. Specifically when we talk about, if we are saying we're going to transform our curriculum, we must also transform what we are giving to the people. And I remember when you were talking about the courses at 12 months or so, it's strange that because we have computer here, we are talking about 4IR. We can still offer there are labs here, and there are people that can actually offer those courses. We don't even need those things. But we also appreciate what you have raised regarding what the institution has done to improve your lives. Obviously, there's nobody that can learn something. Ke feel frustrated jwalo ka wena when you go and you are given a course of a week and they say this is leadership. Like, for the first two days, I'm still trying to understand the word leadership. That's what happens. Where in the middle of that 5 days, you are still trying to understand the functions of a leader. When the course is over, you have not even learned what should I do with this? Where do I fit in with this? So I can imagine 3 months doing that. I mean, that's why the courses of school are so long, for us to give them a big curriculum. So you'd also have to do that. And obviously the stories about the labs and things, I'm sure and people will agree. That's what they've been talking about, that you get access to what everybody else has access to. And you get appreciated, like you have said, for what you are specifically given. We are all equal. Here we are all equal. We are the same. Especially as workers, we unite and become the same person. We fight for your issues like you fight for ours. We are the same. That's why I was talking about we should deal away with the segregation between academia and titles and people and us coming together as workers. Thank you for saying that. We're now going to move to our next speaker. A message from the Deputy Director, the International Academic Partnership and Internalization Perspective, Ms. Refilwe Muliani.
That's my challenge.
Dumelang. Good afternoon. I have a 20 slide show, so greetings, colleagues. I would say all protocol observed, and thank you, Program Director, for this opportunity. I have an ask before I continue. Internationalization is not a concept that should be separated from the functionings of university. And I think we are doing it an injustice by saying internationalized perspective of transformation, but rather for next year's transformation summit, internationalization as an enabler, because we also contribute towards transformation. And we're also very transformative in what we do. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a very big presentation, but I quickly realized that this is more of a dialogue. So allow me to quickly run through some of the thought processes I had when I looked at what I'm supposed to speak about, advancing transformation in higher education within the context of with the context and continued consequences of segregation. I looked at it and I felt like, my word, how do I interpret this? And I think for us, from an international perspective, it's always good for us to understand what transformation of higher education is. And a lot has been said. It's through adoption of policies. But I think something that I heard today and a little bit of yesterday is the intentional. And here I wrote is the intentional adoption of policies and systems and structures that support the process of overcoming unfair discrimination, expanding access to education and training opportunities, improving the quality of education, training and teaching. And then one always asks ourselves, if we speak about transformation, how can internationalization be an enabler? One, I'm happy that we have our bomme that help us keep our facilities clean, and bontate bomme that help protect us on campus. When we speak about internationalization, there are two aspects of it, and we call it comprehensive internationalization. There we say it is where internationalization is part of the CUT culture. So I can be at the gate protecting the university, but be internationalized in mind and understand that CUT is not only for Bloemfonteinians here in Free State, but it is an international institution where we can have an international person coming in on campus, and we need to understand the context of that. So that is comprehensive internationalization. Again, it is an intentional process where we want to integrate and infuse intercultural, international, and global dynamics into higher education. So you see, internationalization is actually transformative in nature. And that's why I am pleading that let's stop separating it, and rather it becomes an element of how we speak about our institution being transformed. When I was preparing, I then asked myself 3 questions. Why is transformation critical in higher education? What is the impact of segregation? How can internationalization create an enabling environment? I'll answer the last question first. Internationalization is a concept and modality that can be employed to create an enabling environment through comprehensive integration of international, intercultural, global dimensions through the purpose of function, delivery of CUT teaching and learning, research, and other engagement activities. Now, how do we transform that? Simple. We said that we want to make sure that our infrastructure is transformed. When I walk through CUT, can I truly say our infrastructure is internationalized in nature? One example, we're speaking about transformation and understanding where our identity is as a nation. We have black, white, African, other, LGBTQE, and then there's religion, which we many a times shy away from. If I say I'm an internationalized university, do I cater for the Muslim student that needs a prayer facility? Do I cater for the Hindu student? Do we even celebrate Diwali with them? Simple things like that. Do we celebrate Christian religion? Are there facilities that cater to them? If we truly strive towards being an internationalized campus, do we cater for all of that? So for argument's sake, we have delegations from Saudi Arabia, which is a distinctly Muslim country. It is Friday, they need to pray at 1 o'clock. Where do they pray? Are we truly an internationalized university? Another example, we are saying and we're embracing the 4th Industrial Revolution. Now, Gracia Machel, in some of her deliberations, said the whole world is embracing the 4th Industrial Revolution, but Africa and South Africa is still battling with the 2nd and 3rd Industrial Revolution. How in the world do we as a university respond to the challenges that we are facing as a university and as a community, clienteles being our students and staff, that are still battling with the 3rd and 2nd revolution? Mayor from our I think there's a better word. We were said maybe housekeeping. Let's try to coin it better. Our cleaning professionals or executives. How, if they are still struggling with basic access to computers, how do we as an institution say we have truly embraced the fourth industrial revolution? Then we speak about fancy words, digital transformation. How digital are we? Are our facilities supporting that? We have this big monster called load shedding. Our agenda is that we want to internationalize the curriculum, and part of it is collaborative online learning. In the middle of a class, power goes out, the server at IT is out, so there's no internet, there's no power. Are we truly internationalized and transformed as an institution? These are questions that we need to ask ourselves. And it is not only about transformation, but it is also how segregated we are. How much facilities or how much investment is put into how our institution looks, the facilities that it offers its students, and also the people that are in those facilities. How passionate are we with the services that we give at any level of university? And that is why we are saying internationalization is not a concept that is blue sky, but it is a transformative concept that fits in with everything. Then people say, yeah, you speak about going overseas. And when we explain to colleagues on campus, internationalization, as long as your passport is stamped, you are international. Whether you just drive 200 kilometers to Lesotho, or 700 kilometers to Botswana, or 1,500 kilometers to Namibia, you are still internationalized. And CUT was very brave, and is very brave, in saying we want to be a leading university of technology in Africa by 2030. How do we do that? By comprehensively, intentionally internationalizing. And understanding that internationalization, we are not competing with decolonization. And we are not saying we shouldn't decolonize. But we create an environment where we can conversate and dialogue about decolonization with the very same colonizers. So we put it, the very same north that we have said and we have been colonized from. This creates a platform for us to engage them and speak to them and say, now that you've benefited from us and you've colonized us, let us in turn benefit from you so that you can help us collaborate South-South. Your money can help me collaborate in Zimbabwe. So let us collaborate and form a tri-party collaboration so that whatever resources you have, we used for our own benefit. And then some of the responses that I had to that were, I call them blue sky. And I'll explain as I'm going to finish, Program Director. Promote transformation through teaching and learning. And this can be done by internationalization, creating an enabling environment that sustains global learning environment and promote entrepreneurial education. We can transform our interpretation of research by creating a sustained environment that encourages and supports vibrant, innovative ecosystems that include globally orientated research. Promote and encourage global citizenry through creating opportunities for students and staff to connect globally, locally, regionally, and in Africa through ways that are sustainable. Do I literally need to travel to Europe every time I need to have a meeting there? What happens to my carbon emission? Those are dialogues and conversations that we are having. Hence, we are saying internationalization is not a standalone concept, but it should be embedded into the university culture, policies, and ways of life. And we need to also support programs and initiatives that promote transformation in all spheres of education. My concluding remarks are, John Taylor Gatto said the primary goal of real education is not to deliver facts, but to guide students to truth that will allow them to take responsibility of their lives. Positive reflection that strives to make transformation of higher educations we've seen have been made. We embrace policies and procedures that promote equitable access to higher education. Internationalization is a concept that promotes the ability of graduates and academics to function and operate as global citizens. Lastly, Kofi Annan said, education is a human right with immense power to transform. on its own, its foundation that rests on the cornerstone of freedom, democracy, and sustainable human development. With that said, colleagues, I am happy with our transformation policy. It is visionary, it is great. However, we have a tendency of having these beautiful policies like Rolls-Royce, but then we are then given data engines to drive them with. So colleagues, I'm here to challenge you. Can we please stop fueling and driving our Rolls Royces with data engines, but let's work hard to ensure that our policies are supported and backed up by real Rolls Royce engines. Thank you, colleagues.
They are nowhere to be found.
Thank you, Mary Filwe, for with your presentation, giving us the international perspective and telling us about our globalized identity that we need to build in another in another space. The globalized curriculum situation would would be an opposite of what people of decolonization would talk about, Prof. Decolonizing the curriculum. It would be another topic, especially with those in humanities. It would be a serious fight. But in the bigger spectrum that you were saying, it's that as much as we're having our homebrew situation, we should also be realistic to the outside world, or where we want to be. Yeah. I remember one of the students was saying that we don't all just want to be in South Africa. I don't want to work to be here. I'm actually preparing myself to go overseas. So I want to be relevant to go there. That's where I want to be. So thank you for giving us that specific perspective and telling us that, you know, about the policies, which I see it's a common denominator. Is that what they call it in mathematics? That policies are there. There are policies, they look nice, but the implementation of it, or how people are supposed to implement them. And talking about that is the same thing that I think some of the speakers were talking about, that we put these women in these positions, we don't empower them. You know, what Mejubi was talking about, I always say that when I see every week I'm looking out for a woman in higher education with another scandal. It's like the higher education system is falling apart. Now that black women are in there, it's just a mess, you know. So we need to equip people and equip our systems with things that will work and collaborate them with our policies, is what you're going to say. You're going to give to our last speaker before we go to the Q&A. He's a student here, Mr. Mohau Mohatlani. And he's a differently able student. Let him Matlani.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. My name is Mohau Samuel Mohatlani. I'm a visually impaired student doing language practice and media studies diploma. And I'm also a lab assistant at the disability unit. I am going to talk about transformation on teaching and learning for people living with disabilities. Mainly on visually impaired students. The concept of transformation when it comes to teaching and learning is to make sure that a thread connecting the institution and students, which is academics, grows strong, whether or not a student has a disability or not. This includes assuring a strong communication between lecturers and students, or relevant staff members for relevant CUT staff members, and the availability of resources like computers, discussion rooms, Wi-Fi, and others. And also a user-friendly online platforms, because wow. we're still struggling till date, but I'll talk about it as I go. But I would like to congratulate the institution by creating a well-structured disability unit in which its aim is to give students with disabilities resources and facilities that will help them academically, like computers with relevant softwares, braille machines, Victor readers, Zoom text. Yeah, there. So it's a job well done because we now have the lab. But the institution is still expected to transform a few things. I will mention 3 at this point because time is not on my side as well. Firstly is mobility, which is locating buildings, lecture halls, and offices around campus. It is still a problem, especially for visually impaired students. Firstly, lecture hall numbers are not written in Braille for totally blind students to locate, which makes it hard for them to locate classes. Sometimes they become absent. And then secondly, also those numbers are not written in visible or colorful fonts for partially sighted students to see, like me. Yeah, I struggled locating this building just now. I arrived late. So. And thirdly, I'm gonna touch this: the residences. The residences are not at all inclusive when it comes to our safety as blind students. Firstly, we are experiencing load shedding, and we do not have generators, at least for lights. When load shedding strikes at night, it becomes dark. For me, it's a safety hazard, because someone will leave a microwave open, and I come and bump it, and then it's something else. So, and then fourthly, the online platforms which I mentioned earlier, like Blackboard, Portal, and ITS Enabler. For us visually impaired students, it's a problem. Firstly, totally blind students cannot access 3 of those platforms without someone near them to assist them, because the text-to-speech softwares that we use do not read what's written there. Not because the softwares are unable to, but because the way those platforms are structured, it makes it hard for the software to read. Yes, it may read, but for the listener, they don't follow well because the software doesn't read in sequence. And then secondly, we are advised to use Google Chrome. Yes, yeah. Which, on the other hand, for partially sighted students, the platforms does not have dark mode. Using a light mode, for an example, a white background with black font strains our eyes. In fact, we prefer a black background with white font. So meaning, it's not actually about the color inversion, which black background, but a eye friendly, not too much brightness, because the eyes cannot tolerate that. And as I conclude, education is important for all, disability or none. So the more the institution approaches us, people with disabilities, the better the services will be in creating an inclusive environment for us as well. And also, I would like to add this. It's not on my speech, but it's something I would like to say while I have the platform. When it comes to creating an inclusive environment, the institution should learn, like, for an example, when it comes to the Student Representative Council, or maybe a new organization that that maybe some students or maybe employees would like to open in the institution. The institution should ask them, is there a member representing people with disabilities? Because in most cases, they say we are the most humble people in the institution. Yes, we are humble. We don't get involved in strikes. You know why? Because we are in the mercy of studying here. But the institution should learn that in every department, organization, party, there should be a person representing people with disabilities. Because currently, in the SRC, none. In organizations, none. Sports, none. In that case, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the time I've been given to present.
Okay. Test. Somebody gonna assist you, or you will see. No. Okay. Good luck for the test. It's so good to see what we have produced as a. You can see you will be the next me. That's what language practice does. The confidence, the coherence, the everything. You're different from the rest, right? Yes. Yeah, I think it's a pity that you're leaving, but I'm sure that you will get some of the things that you have said here. I'm sure management is listening, you know. I was just thinking when he was talking about the audio and Google Chrome. Yeah, Dr. Malebu is here. Yes, yeah. She's listening. Yes, relevant person. When he was talking about Chrome, I always complain about Siri. It's like, Siri is such a snob. Siri will tell you, go to Dr. Mahabane, something, and you don't even hear half of the thing. What is this street that she's trying to say, right? Especially the African streets or African things when she's driving you, or you are using Google Chrome to get you somewhere. And I can imagine if somebody like him is saying that, when it's not interactive, the computer and everything else is not interactive for them. But at least our disability unit, we must say, have seen the work. We have seen the work on the campuses that they have done. They've really come a long way to create that specific space. And obviously, like he has said, that it's what women are saying when we talk about things of women. Who made a bra? Who made a panty? Were they even women, those people, or were they men? That's why these things are so uncomfortable. So we always have to go back. You know, we create things for ourselves. So we have to go back to them and ask them, you know, like he has said, how do they feel about it? What needs to change? And not that overall, you know, that's what transformation is about. We change how we view things and think that we know, right? As parents, that's what we always do. People do in their homes. You ask them whether they want to eat it. If you are giving it to them, it will sit there because they don't want to do it. The same thing should happen to the student population. And we thank him for also giving us a little bit of the challenges, you know. One of my students is doing it on the deaf, and we went to one of the events, and when we went to the event, they put plugs in our ears because they wanted us to experience what was there. It was silent and it was so uncomfortable, and they said that's how we feel when you are talking. We can't hear you. So it's good that he gave us that specific perspective on that. We are at the end now. It's time for the questions. The unfortunate part about this part is that other people are not here to answer some of the questions, but some of them are here to answer some of the questions that are here. So I will give you, and also colleagues on our online platform, please do write your comments, and we will go through them and see what are your comments or your questions, rather, as it's written here. We will start in the house to see the people raised. We'll start with Mr. Mukoma. It's all Comrade Mukoma, Comrade Pule, and Comrade Anele. Sir there at the back, Sir there, and then Sir at the back. Yes, we will go in that. But for the sake of chronological thing. Can we start here and go there? You wouldn't mind to be the last one? Sir, you wouldn't mind. Okay, so then after him, it will be you, sir. And then I think on Stefan, on our online platform, are there any questions that are there so that we can take them all, if it's possible? I don't see any from the chats yet. So yes, we will start with you, Ntate Mokoma.
Yeah, Chairperson, mine is not a question. I'm just going to make a comment. The gist of the things that has been said here today are actually bringing a very serious, robust challenge to the university. And it is most unfortunate that we're speaking to these things amongst ourselves. And coming back, listening to the last speaker, listening to staff on basic things that need to be there. You would imagine if nobody from training and development is here. You imagine if nobody from HR is here to understand in terms of the planning of the university, in terms of how they're going to fast track here. You would imagine if somebody from IT, which the union has already raised over a number of years, say make facilities available. Who's going to document all these matters here, or designated to document these matters here, so that they are being submitted, and at a certain point there's a reflection from management in terms of this. I must say, from the union, speaking on behalf of the union, these are very touchy matters that goes to the heart. When somebody talk about representation, it's something that the university cannot over postpone, because these students are here. It's something that faculty boards can no longer postpone, because there are issues that we must go and review our constitution and put addendums. I must say, it's a very, it is very fruitful, but I don't see these seeds falling into very fertile soil, because decision makers of this university are not here, and it's very painful. But what prides me is to say that we've got one of the council members that is that will help us to renovate the issues that we are raising as a member of council, to ensure that the plight of this university and the frustrations that are here, we need tangible answers, we need tangible things that must form part of the key performance areas of a number of executives at this university for us to get succeed.
Thank you. Thank you for what you have raised, a comrade from Mokoma from Nehao, regarding the issue of whether the people that we are supposed to say this to are not here to take the message and make notes. But we do appreciate those who made the time. Like you have said, Councillor Njikelana has been with us for the 2 days, taking notes and being participative. So we hope from a council perspective, at least there's somebody who takes us serious and takes the Transformation Summit serious. Thank you. Tate, you.
Dumelang. I decided earlier that I wouldn't say a word. I would keep quiet, open my eyes and open my ears. A little bit of background, I know me. In fact, I'm also unhappy that a lot of people had left, particularly students. It's not even Banak. And you must tell them that I'm really not happy. They should have been around, because at the council, we really from time to time, roughly and robustly remind one another of how central a student is. That does happen from time to time. But
To be fast because of time, there are hundreds of things that I had in my mind, but I decided to just scribble a few. I don't even know where to start, but let me start with a question. This is the 4th summit in CUT on transformation. 4th summit on transformation. I did attend the last summit, of course, virtually, last year. And this year I have one question now when I'm comparing the two. What is the purpose of these transformation summits? What are expected outcomes? I hope this is recorded. In fact, can someone get back her back? Because I would like Ausley's clip to be replayed at the council. But we need approval. Ngati siyamthengisa. But there's something very fundamental. It's not just about unabuaka office personnel. There's something that I want to share far beyond. I mean, I'm talking about our inner things there. But just Ausley's clip. Please, if you could just get her approval, we just get that clip because I want to use it. That's next month, our last meeting of the year. Okay, so much for the questions. But also, there is something that has always bothered me because in other words, I'm in subcommittees that deal with education. The pedagogy, the pedagogy in education or of education, isn't that supposed to be also under scrutiny when it comes to transformation? So you may answer it now or later, it doesn't matter. Because I'm sure you people who know pedagogy more than me, because I always have to remind myself I go into the dictionary. You know how fundamental my question is. Another question which I may be blamed, but I'll ask deliberately because I want it to be recorded here, because I've asked it in the council. Do we have a policy, a CUT policy on transformation? I'm not saying plan, I'm not saying strategy, I'm not saying program. I'm clear. Policy on transformation at CUT. The last point, Mewaka, is Kupa. It's a request now, it's not questions. I know it's question time. But it sort of could be a question as well, in a sense. Given that there are a lot of people who are not here, given that most probably quite a sizable number of council members were not part of this initiative. Some, because of their work, they came in and left, both internal and external councillors. How about proposing to the council that stakeholders who were involved here actually make a physical presentation of the outcomes of the summit? Not necessarily to debate it, but from here, I know the organized labor was here, institutional forum, students, whoever else, as the stakeholders are defined. So that whatever maybe they may have not been able to present here, because unfortunately there was little time for general discussions or questions at the time. There could have been other things that they could also present to the council itself to say, we've heard it today, we listened, here is what was discussed, we want to physically present it ourselves for you to consider. Probably it's from next year, yes. Practically not from the, I dare say that would be quite helpful, because I concur with you. Comparing last year's summit and this summit, That's why I'm asking, you know, sometimes in Aributsosanya. That's why I'm asking, what is the purpose of these transformation summits? I'm sure you can sense my question is loaded. Kalebo.
Thank you. Councillor, I do not know how to... Prof, should I give some of the questions over to you to answer? Specifically on the purpose of... I think when you talk about the pedagogy of education is where the academic parts that are not in here is supposed to be for them to talk about it from an academic perspective and how do they see that for it to be transformed, because in those little corners they do talk about it. We have a whole conference that we always have annually, you know, with SOTL, where we speak about how do we those two come together, the research and this. And how do we transform the curriculum? It would have been an important part to form part of it. That one I can talk to. And then also the one of the policy of transformation. I've not seen a policy of transformation unless they will. It's non-existing. I've never seen a policy on transformation. It's still there. You saw Dr. Malebu presented part of the plan, some aspects of the plan. Hopefully, as you have raised it, a policy will come out. And the lucky thing for you, the union is here, so they're taking notes. They will run with it. And then the part of the proposing, obviously, I will give over to Prof. Makola to talk about that part where you're talking about whether we propose for this to be presented to council. It's rather sad that, you know, people who are governing you are not there when you are dealing with issues of the institution they're supposed to govern. It's always a sad part, but we appreciate your presence and those who were here, especially external. And then, Prof, you will take the purpose of this specific transformation and what are we expecting to get out of this as we are coming to this transformation, given the previous one, since we are on our fourth, and the part where the council. This can be presented to council. Prof?
Yeah, thank you very much, Program Director, and I appreciate all the questions and comments which were raised in this forum. Colleagues, it is very unfortunate, yes, of course, that most of the senior managers and all executives are not here. Reasons were provided for that, but that cannot be an excuse. Myself being here as the acting director in the office, I am busy noting each and everything. It has been noted. We took notes of everything that was said here. But I also want to propose as well that we've been here for 2 days and I'm glad that the session has been recorded. Will it be possible that the recording can be made available to senior managers and executives so that they can be able to watch the videos over a 2 days period and familiarize themselves with each and everything that was deliberated in these 2 days? I think that is something that can be done, colleagues. With technology, we need to make sure that we take advantage of what is at our disposal. But in terms of the purpose of this particular forum, this is the 4th transformation forum. The first 3 took place in the previous years, but the purpose are clearly for purposes of coming together, engaging in dialogue, and come up with ways and suggestions and recommendations in terms of what needs to be changed in our institution. And of course, it should not just be an empty talking session, but it should be a session, and as it was, wherein people shared their views in terms of what changes do they want to see in the institution. And we've taken note of that. And these changes needs to be also, or the proposals and recommendations should be submitted to each and every executive cascaded down further to the sections and divisions and departments to say, these are some of the issues that came out of the Transformation Summit. In the next summit, can you, or not even in the next summit, on a monthly basis, can there be a standing item on the agendas of your meeting to say, how are you taking care of all the issues that came out of the Transformation Summit? So that come the end of the year, or come the end of or by the time we reach forth to the 5th summit, we will be able to take stock and say, these are some of the issues raised in the 4th Transformation Summit, and this is how far we have gone in terms of addressing this. Yes, the summit is meant to be a thinking tank, but there should be steps to be taken in terms of implementing all of the concerns that were raised.
Thank you, Prof, for that. I'm sure you have heard, the absence and the challenges that happens with the some of the executive not being here and the concerns but the proposal that comes through that this specific summit and the recordings of this, I'm sure Stefan can do that we share the recordings with them, and they look into it in the comfort of their offices to see how can they assist and contribute towards this specific summit. And then you were the Mapuleng.
Thank you, facilitator. Without laboring on quite a number of issues that have been raised by my colleagues, my comment was just going to say that, it looks like an extent of Nehau meeting, because Nehau is speaking to itself. And all these issues, unfortunately I was in training in the morning, but all these issues that have been raised since I joined this meeting this afternoon, these are the issues that we've raised. And one would have hoped that, management would be here so that they hear it from the horse's mouth and not via the representatives of Nehau in any of the platforms that are created by statutory bodies to say that these are the statutory bodies that unions and management should be engaged in, so that they are able to hear the frustration of staff and students on the ground without the bodies that are representing students as well, to say that what are the issues and challenges that are affecting us as disabled students. It's just a pity that 20 years down the line, we're still talking about accommodation of disabled students in our residences, in our classrooms, and all those things. We've raised these issues way back when I was a student 20 years ago, when I was in the SRC. We've raised these issues to say that even if currently in whatever that we have as CUT, as the then Technical Free State, we do not have these students. We can't deny the fact that they are within us, and in the future we are going to get them. So 20 years down the line, the students are still in that dark space to say that these are still our challenges that we are faced with as a university. Yet the entire executive and the entire middle management is not here to respond, to say that how do we best go back to the drawing back and say this is how we are going to respond to these frustrations. Hence you see that everybody has left to say that, but why am I here when executives are not here? It means that whatever we do as a university at the end of the day does not have value, because it's just for staff to go and, why do we go and waste our time there? Because in an event that you've got other pressing issues, have they sent in apologies to say that I'm apologizing, these are the pressing issues that I need to attend to and I have to be excused? Or I'm just sitting, some of us are sitting here because we are seen not to be having anything critical to do. Those are the issues that we need to really respond to if we really say that we're going to transform. These are the issues that they should have put themselves in the spot there without going and do the research to say that, but even act as if they didn't know. You know, when the lady was talking about issues of matric classes, when we were signing the training report for 2020 during COVID-19, the question that Labour asked in that meeting was to say, here we are signing, you're saying that you've run the matric program. How many students wrote to the, how many students were involved in this program? What is the outcome of the program? And we said, no, let's acknowledge the fact that, you know, we were hit by COVID-19 way, that what is it that you've put to CUT as training and development office? What is it that you've put to CUT in terms of the academic? Have you went to the Faculty of Humanities there and say, hey, we're having students that are going to write English at the end of the year. We are running this program. Can you assist us with lecturers? To date, nobody has commented on that, and we are still asking that question, and nobody is going to respond to that question. The other question that we asked is, these people are working from 7 o'clock. At 4 o'clock, we are saying that they should go to. At 4 o'clock, let me tell you the situation. 4 o'clock, they have to go to classes. Some are staying, I don't even know that part of Bloemfontein because I have not been there. They are informing us that, hey man, post darkness, we can't go there. So I can't go to class, I have to go home. That's why there is a low turnover at the end of the year, of the day. We are saying those that have registered, where are their names? Have you talked to the managers to say that put in place processes that at 12 o'clock they are going to go to classes and start? Because we have invested 500,000 on that program. To date, we've spent 1.5 million on the program, close to plus or minus. Where is the value? And we asked these questions when we were signing the 2020, and when they wanted us to sign. I said, these are the questions that are still outstanding. Can you respond? Other than that, I'm not going to sign, and you did not sign for this year. The other society has signed, and they have submitted that. But I told them, when we signed in last year, I told them from the house side that this is the last year that we are going to be coerced to sign. Ndate Mukama will recall that there was a year that we did not sign. And we said these are the processes that we are going to put in place. We brought in the skills development facilitator. We thought that she would be able to assist us. It's still not assisting. So here we are talking to ourselves. I'm quite glad that the member of council is asking the same question that I've asked myself, to say that, but here it seems like it's an extension of Nehao meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Dr. Masondo did say yesterday, Nehao is a transformative union on itself. It has its own character. It has its own identity. It can't be compared. He said it yesterday. I'm just trying to calm you down. When you are saying it's a Nehao meeting, Nehao is talking to itself. But what you have said is it's noted. It's really noted, and it's concerning that, you know, issues that have been like what's SRC, like you have said, what SRC have raised regarding issues and challenges of students are now coming out through the mouths of students themselves, you know. So it's rather concerning, but we hope that it will change. It's concerned that such a big institutional moment, as Dr. Paul was saying, is taken so lightly. And like you've rightfully said, to answer you why the students are not here, they saw that the people that they wanted to talk to are not here. They don't want to talk to us. They want to talk to management. So management is not here, so they left. I think that's what they normally do, what students do. But then I will take from Comrade, yes. Yeah. It is a Nehao meeting.
Well, thank you, Program Director. I think mine is just going to be two issues because of time. You know, Program Director, that in in our space as the union, I always talk about two critical issues: strategy and tactics, and how do they differ, and how we must operationalize them. But I think there are very important issues that have been raised since yesterday. I think that as the summit, we got to be tactical and strategic on how we move forward. A very common thing that has been coming out is decision makers. The decision makers are not here. And it talks about the seriousness, talks to issues of seriousness. The question that we must ask, isn't not the Transformation Summit part of the calendar of the university? And if not, we must task the acting director in the office of the VC to ensure that, coordination with the registrar's office, that this thing it be put there, because you can't have a subcommittee of council sitting where executives are supposed to account when on the same day you are having, a transformation summit. It can't coexist. So the drafters of the calendar should look at this thing. So that, and one of the things that we must agree moving forward from here is to say attendance to Transformation Summit for decision makers must be made mandatory.
Yeah.
And people must provide reasons and rationale for not attending. Who are the decision makers? Of course, you can explain it. You can say, we are happy with Uziz is here. He was there, in the previous Transformation Summit. He's a key decision maker because he sits in council. He sits in committees of council that, must decide on a number of things. But I think it's not only executives for me. There are very critical senior managers who are supposed to be here. People whom we have conflict in recruitment processes, for example, on very same issues of transformation and representation. People won't understand when we say, no. It cannot be that we are going to consider a male, I make an example, for a particular position where the equity numbers are not balancing. So everyone who has a responsibility of, because decision makers, for example, we had only one dean that we have seen attending, the one of management sciences, since yesterday. Where are the other deans? Where are the HODs? Where are the line managers in different units? So I'm saying, Prof, as we include this as part of the resolution, of course, this takes me to the next issue I want to raise. We must task your office and you will be able to assemble a team. And I'm comfortable that you are making notes and this thing is being recorded. There must be a resolutions report of this summit. And there must be responsibilities attached to certain questions. There are certain issues we talked about, for instance, issues of, in the academy about research, production, and all of those. There are people who are assigned, to deal specifically with those issues. So I propose that as you concretize and consolidate all the insights coming from this summit, and we must not just say, here is the report, it must be processed. If it has to go through various committees, it must go to the Human Resource Committee of Council and ultimately Council. And we must be able, so is going to be a responsible person on this particular question. So that we are able to, so that we don't come here next year again and lament this. Say, what is the purpose of why do we convene these things? It's a lot of money that is being spent on this. So it cannot be that, life must continue, as normal. We really have to start changing things. Japanese teach us about continuous improvement. We got to, embrace some of those elements. I thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much for that. And, it's good that you have raised people, decision makers, that we're not only talking about executive to be here. you've seen, besides Prof taking notes, Dr. Malebu was also looking at where she fits in here and where she needs to improve and noting there. And obviously, from the part of the international office as well, the people that have been here. Like you have said, yes, the concerns that were raised regarding the report, that there should be a resolution report, and we would be able to assess and come back with a team of people, obviously from different units of the specific institution, and how they contribute, or how some of these challenges are about them, obviously for them to come and report on those specific things. I will take the gentleman there with the pink shirt. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Professional students. I have been attending from yesterday to today, and I would want to, somebody if would make me understand, if I may ask, whether this transformation summit would be a reporting platform for the vision that we have built, because most of deliberations here, it's like we are building on our vision that is already within. We are not speaking to what are we doing towards the vision that we are directed by. But then, nonetheless, going into the points that I want to speak to, the first one would be on the exposure that we experienced of COVID-19 in terms of the notoriously mentioned pedagogy, in terms of technology and content knowledge in that respect, that you will find that it was a problem not only with students. The problem started with the academic staff. The academic staff, it shows us that CUT has not been, as a University of Technology, taking serious attention to the technological part of the content, the knowledge content delivered through the pedagogy. Now, we are here speaking again on as if we are approaching something that we haven't experienced as yet. However, that one will put aside and move on to student assistance. There was a question of what is the purpose of the student assistance and what are the policies therein of monitoring and evaluating in terms of promotions. The time span. There's a lot of student assistants in departments here who have been working in those departments, but you'll find that when there are posts, there are outsiders who are given the job that they have been doing for about 3 to 4 years. And then we would say, what is the transformation? We are speaking to one of the important attributes of the institution, sustainable development. I think the sustainable development will speak directly to the transformation and innovation part of the institution, but we do not see the institution doing that. The institution is always going out, having someone who has lived in the University of Technology space, hiring someone from a traditional university. Then we would ask ourselves, then who is making decisions here? Now, thirdly, the state of our lecture blocks and your classrooms, it's far. I think it's in the third industrial revolution. Yet we have summits of fourth industrial revolution every year and having transformation summits every year. Go to an auditorium. A projector has been down for about a year. But in Jabi Van Lille, where we have our prestigious meetings, where we are there in the world, where we are saying we want to be seen as the leading University of Technology, we seem to be fine. We are not. We are drowning. And then, moreover to that, we would speak about the security biometric systems that have been installed. I think they were installed in 2017. Let's not speak about their user friendliness, but they have been there greeting us every morning without implementation. Then who do we ask questions? Who is accountable for that matter? We have said we want our institution to be paperless, but we are acting otherwise. Because the biometric part of that system would then give us a stepping stone towards making this institution paperless. Now, I would want to speak something from, I think, different perspectives or different structures that I can say I sit in. The message we would give to the institution and the management to the institution, we have noticed a new norm, and everyone in this country knows that CUT is strike republic. Why? The reason is the conduct of management towards students. Students, I have been groomed through the SRC programs, and we were again, time and again, told that this is sustainable development for the very same institution. But we would find that when we address issues with the very same people who are developing us, there's a hostile treatment. Then that informs the disrespect. You would find that students are disrespecting management, and management then becomes victims. You know, after being victims, what do they do? Because they have powers vested in them, they victimize. So these cultures, we've been living with them from 2016. I think I joined the governance in 2016 until now. They are still continuous, changing structures. You are from this one, they call us a grouping of politicians somewhere. But we are speaking to things that are happening directly to the students, directly to the graduates, and directly to the institution at large. So I would make that plea that let us start reporting rather than being as if we are always planning. There's nowhere we're going. We are always coming up with these hypothetical presentations, but then the practical ones are just in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution, and I'm sure that notes have been taken about the concerns that you specifically gave to that. And I think you touched something that has been said throughout about whether for us to report, we need to evaluate, we need to implement, so that after we implement, we evaluate, and then we see whether it worked, and then we can report that this one worked, this one did not work. And I think Mary Fila did touch about the identity that we need to build with our infrastructure for it to be user-friendly and be here where we are now. If we are saying we are transforming, that we start to see those transformation even in our infrastructure. I think I've covered the other parts that you have said, and you've also given comments. And I think, like it was said, that management will have the recording and see how do they change on their strategy of communication, towards the students, and that for us not to be a strike republic. Every time when we do the work integrated learning for students, those who are part of it, Dr. Malewi is already grinching. That when you meet with those companies and they say, what, who, where, and you start saying CUT, and it becomes a scary story, and very disappointing or sad that they don't want to take our students. Sir, over to you.
The sad part about being the last speaker is that most of the things that you want to say,
everybody has said it. Yes.
End up not having much left. But there's only two things that I don't know if it's a clarity question or clarity comment or something related to that. But one of the speakers that side, I'm not sure between the two of my elders, if it was the first or the second, spoke about students being disappointed that students are not here. I want to respond on behalf of students since I'm a student myself. Is that we were never here to begin with. The event started without students and the event is ending without students. There was no communication with the students that you are invited or there's an event of transformation. And the few numbers that you saw here are those that were just hungry and they decided to come in so that they can get the ticket and the meal and then they leave. That was just happening with those that were here. And it shows the level of where our institution is. Because if you look at CUT on its own, from outside, it's a beautiful institution with beautiful buildings. But on the inside, a lot of things are happening. I mean, what just transpired with the few students that just came here without knowing what was happening here, you will never find it in any other institution. Students cannot just leave where they are and then go to a summit just to get food and then leave. But because our institution is messed up and our institution does not have order, you find us doing whatever we want because we are desperate to survive at any cost. That is what is happening at first. At number, the other issue is the issue which everybody is crying about, the issue of availability. I think from what I understood, what the Deputy Minister said yesterday when he referred to class, it is actually one of the reasons why we do not have so many people here. I'm pretty sure if the Minister of Finance was here, everybody from the department was going to be here. But because there's no one who's having that big title, no one feels the entitlement to be here. But that is not the problem. The problem is that in a situation where I'm the VC or I'm any other portfolio, I'm busy with something, I should be at least sending somebody, a delegate on my behalf, so that then a delegate can be the one seated here and then coming back to report what has happened based on that office. And the most unfortunate part is that it's not only the management, including the SRC, they are not here. If you include even the disability unit, they're not here. It was just that person was just speaking on behalf of them, but no one is left behind to take notes or to continue or to hear what is happening moving forward. So when we come in a closure, when it comes to CUT, there's no participation at all. We are an institution that loves to talk. You know, when we speak, we are number one. That is why even that gentleman was sitting that side talking about transformation from Vista to here. Immediately when he ended up finishing talking, he left. So everybody, even the president, everyone, like legit, when you end up speaking, you leave. Because it's all about speaking, it's not about implementation. That is one thing that is killing CUT. And then lastly, that's what I'm saying, this thing of speaking last kills a lot of things. But also I wanted to ask, as much as there's a report or there's a request that the prof is asking there, that the good thing about this sitting is that it's recorded and it's going to be shown to whoever or to the management. In reality is that no one is going to listen to that thing for 7 hours. Even ourselves, I'm going to speak on myself. I've been here since the morning. I'm not listening to almost everything. I'm struggling to maintain what is being said to me. So chances are that even if we record and then we save it and we send it to the management, as long as there's no one in that management seat who's responsible for taking notes and big points, there's nothing that recording is going to do, to be specific. And I'm also going to ask to the program director. You asked, I can't remember who you were asking, if it's possible to use the recording. Can you also ask if it's possible to share the budget of this summit? How much was used for this summit? Because I'm pretty sure the amount that was used for this summit does not go hand in hand with the appearance of the summit. And the worst part is that the money is used. And when it comes back to the rumors of money laundering, it proves that it could be part of that thing, that there can be a money laundering scheme that is happening there and there. But in closing, with the last question from my side, the biggest transformation that is needed at CUT, it's communication. That is the biggest of them all. Because this institution is like we prioritize whatever we do. It's like we do things according to ourselves because we know that no one is going to take responsibility. We don't have people who take responsibilities here. One can make a mistake, like the gentleman there wearing a Springbok shirt. One can make a mistake and no one can account on behalf of that person. You know, the VC can make an error or a certain person can make an error, knowing that very well I'm not going to account to anyone. So the decision makers can make any decision, but there's not going to account to anyone. So they are going to be free to roam around because whoever that makes that mistake or whoever that is about to take accountability or responsibility is not there to do so. Then it comes back to the last question of that gentleman of Vista. I wanted to follow him when he was leaving to say you can't just you can't just throw bombshells and you leave and you can't be there to be when he's raised an issue of transformation, being political, talking about black people must run this and that, white people cannot do this and that and that and that. When you identify a problem, you must also identify a solution. You can't just identify problems and then you don't come up with solutions. You cannot be a teacher to say when you fail to do 2 plus 2, but you can't tell me how to do 2 plus 2 to come to a correct answer. That is the problem that we are identifying, is that transformation forum is here, yes. We are identifying problems, yes. Solutions, dololo. And we are being demotivated by the fact that others are not here. On its own, let's just come back again in 2023 and then have lunch and breakfast. It's still fine. It seems like the money is here. Thank you very much.
You said a mouthful. You said a mouthful. and I'm sure some of the things that you have said evoked the union, especially when you talk about the budget issues and things. I saw their ears going flapping about that. And it's true what you were saying, that it's not only, I think somebody was saying that it's not only about the management, it's also about the presenters that were here, right? On things that you were talking to, that now you must be able to give solutions if there are questions to what you were saying. And we really need to, I think it was said that this event needs to be put as a graduation, you know? A graduation, everybody must be there so that we can talk about transformation issues and be able to move forward from those transformation issues. I will now read some of the comments that and questions that are online. I think my first question will start here. Let me just check. Okay. Yes. The first question, I think it has questions at the bottom. My name is Prof. Sipeng, Pesi Sipeng. I was privileged to author CUT's transformation plan 2021 to 2025 and chaired more than 10 task teams with clear findings and recommendations at the CUT. I would like to find out, post-2021 Transformation Summit, to what extent have we achieved the task transformation plans 2021 to 2025 targets as per the transformation pillars? That's one of the questions. Another question is, what are the highlights of CUT's transformation agenda in 2022? And then another question is, what transformation outcomes were achieved in 2022 academic year in relation to institutional efficiency? And then another question is, what has CUT done thus far? It says WRT, I don't know. Oh, with reference to, okay, with regards to perceived institutional culture of fear at CUT. I think some of the parts of those questions, like we said, Prof. Sipeng, unfortunately, some of the people that has to answer on those questions are not here. But because it's a recording, I think some of the parts when he's talking about, sorry. Oh, you can answer on some of the parts that are there. Okay, Prof. Prof. Makula, I will give over to you. Before I read, I see there's also another comment or question.
The issue, what has CUT done with it thus far with reference to perceived institutional culture of fear at CUT? We have commissioned the services of KLM. They conducted the first phase of the study. There were outcomes and recommendations that came from that study. Clear deliverables in terms of what is recommended in terms of addressing that particular culture. Because remember, at first it was perceived, but after conducting the study, we are sure that yes, indeed, there's a culture. There are clear, the report has been presented in the Committee of Council, and today it was presented in the PFRC and is going to council. And there will be goals, or there are recommendations, and KLM will also assist us in terms of ensuring that we correct that particular disease of the culture of fear. But you know, it's notable as well that people are hating at CUT. There are other ways and means that needs to be implemented in terms of ensuring that people do heal and they regain their confidence in terms of creating this institution to be a better place for all. So The KLM report is available and then will be shared in due course, and it will be cascaded further down to other structures. So the study is continuing.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for that. And I think some of the other parts that he has referred to here is some of the issues that were actually concerns of the House at large regarding whether we have to date sitting here, do we have possible outcomes? Have we seen possible outcomes evaluated and assessed? Some of what is this, our previous summits and whether implementation was done on that, you know, and also what other highlights of CUT's transformation agenda in 2022, which I think after this, as we have said, if there's a task team available that can then be reached with that and we were able to assess that. Then we have another, I think it's a sort of a comment at the bottom from Lucky Machielo. I hope I said your surname correctly. Machielo. Oh, Maki Machielo. Oh, my goodness. It's that time of the day. My eyes are tired. I'm seeing an eye somewhere in between. Listening to all the speakers or presenters, it is clear that the university understands the current challenges that are hindering us to achieve our objectives in terms of transformation. My suggestion is that there should be checking engagements to evaluate the progress in addressing all the issues raised. We should not wait for the next summit to do so. And I think some of the speakers have given ideas regarding that you know, we check per unit, what are they supposed to do and how they implement it, the specific aspects of the transformation summit. They've also said that there must be a task team that goes and evaluates whether those things were implemented or so. So yeah, what Lucky is saying is some things that has been there. We have come to the end of our. Oh, Dr. Malebi wants to say something. Okay, yes, Doc.
No, I wanted to say, I think some of the targets in the transformation plan, the university has tried to align them with what is in the annual performance plans. So, for example, you know, the professionalizing of teaching, where people do the postgraduate diploma in higher education, is one of our targets. We're not reaching the targets because our colleagues are still registered for a master's and they can't register for both qualifications. But to date, we have 17 academics that are registered for the PGDIP in higher education at CUT, and who are also advocating for others to say it's eye-opening. There's a lot that we thought we knew about higher education, but we don't really know. So they are advocating for others. To date, we have about 165 applicants, and we are sieving and seeing how can we do it. So some are in the APP, which helps with monitoring because we do present at EMC where we are and how is it going. I also wanted to say I have stayed, so I must be recognized as one of the senior managers that have stayed until the end. And I've noted, you know, for example, already I'm talking with one of my colleagues to say, if a student is struggling with our LMS, then as a team we need to start, you know, engaging. And one of my colleagues is also online, listening to what the students are saying. So we have already taken note to say we will find a way to ensure that we create an enabling learning environment as we have, you know, committed to this. And I also noted as well, because it's one of our responsibilities, that there has been you said a projector that has been down for a year. So I think we would need, which venue is that, so that it can be addressed, because as far as I know that when we came back, there were projectors that were stolen, and we had to ask for an additional budget so that they can be replaced as soon as possible. So if there is a projector where there is a venue where the projector has not been working for a year, then you need to give us that particular information so that it can be resolved, because that's our commitment. We also acknowledge that there are, you know, there are areas where we are lagging behind. For example, the smart classroom that is supposed to be there. I think we are lagging a little bit behind, but we have tried. There are several venues now where you can link with others externally, but you can also link with the Welcome campus. But we want to introduce and maximize the use of the smart boards so that there is engagement. And I also know that there is another project that we are piloting and seeing how it works. But some of these things we cannot implement, including innovative pedagogy and ensuring that everyone is skilled, because we have not dealt and addressed the issue of the workload. So when you want, when you create, when you host a workshop and you want our academics to come just to talk, then you are told by the HOD, I can only send one person. These things you should do on a Friday afternoon, and we can see what happens on the Friday afternoon. No one is here. So people are tired, people are overworked. I mean, we've been talking about, I think we also need to talk about faculties where half of the staff is part-time. So if half of the staff is part-time, then it means the full-time staff have to assist with some of the administrative work. And if half of the staff is part-time, then they are not committed to coming in to say, we will sit and look at an eTuto dashboard to monitor how students are learning and to understand where the gaps are so that you can come and intervene. Half of the faculty is part-time. And in other faculties, they are close to getting, it's not better in other faculties. You can't find a faculty where not close to 30% is part-time. And there's no commitment when somebody is part-time. They come, they teach, they leave. They'll come and assess, but there's no consultation. Even those that are part-time, we don't have, it's very few faculties where there's a space for them to sit for consultation. So those are some of the things that we need to talk about and to say, but how do we address these? And why do we have professors who would then outsource what they are supposed to? Why are we having professors that are not teaching? We need to talk about that we have professors that are not teaching, but half of the faculty is part-time, but professors are there. I've hired 3 part-timers to do my job for me. So even if you want to implement issues around pedagogy, then people, it's either they are busy because of the issue of the workload, and if they're not busy, they will tell you that, no, I did an assessor and moderator course at UFS, so I'm fine. I mean, when was that? 20 years ago. But you are teaching people who have access to information at the click of a button. But you are still, you tell me I have 20 years experience. Is it really 20 years experience, or is it experience of you doing the same thing over 20 years? Every year you do the same thing. And when students fail, no one is held accountable. Like half of the class can fail, or even more than half. And then you say, no, it's maths. No, not everyone can do maths. It's not right. So those are some of the, we are committed, but there is no space, and so there are other factors that affect the work that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have raised an important issue. I think that's what it says. Yes, let me also acknowledge Dr. Nunes, your colleague there on the online platform for staying on with us in this specific thing. And I think what you have said is important, that, the interaction that has to happen between units, for you to be able to talk about issues of how do you change the curriculum, how do we offer the specific things, and now then the factor comes in of, which is an HR factor, now comes in that there's no staff to do that. People are overworked and they're tired and they're angry. Even now when you look at the Transformation Summit, the 2 days, there were a few academics. They'll tell you, I have a lot of work to do. I must mark 100 and something students, So yeah, it's those things that needs to be corrected, and for us to move forward, And it's sad to hear that there are such nice strategies to move us forward beyond this, but we can't. because of other issues. You talk about smart classroom and students say, yeah, you will have a smart classroom. Like what Mary Philo was saying, that when there's load shedding, it's like we can't even access the second industrial revolution. We don't have generators. And another one will tell you that, yeah, but classrooms are having, when it rains, there's floods in some of the classrooms, which are infrastructure problems. And obviously it's not within your unit, so it's another unit. So that communication that some of the students were talking about between things will bring us closer to where we're supposed to be. Ndate Mokoma, I think I'll take a comment from you.
My last comment.
Yes.
That when you read on the chart here, you'll see that there were task teams in the past, and today we are discussing to have resolutions. The question that arises: there's nothing new that we are talking here today. We are just rehashing what we have said over a number of years, especially with regard to professors that are not teaching. How do they keep abreast with what is happening? You go to many universities, even a dean has got a class, so that you'll be able to manage. Some of them claim to be doing research, but our research output is very low. So what I'm trying to propose is to say, we've got an office of transformation as per the university structure. And I think they need to take the reports that are there, compared to the current reports, put some synergy, and to be able, on a monthly or quarterly basis, to be able to report institutionally through the communication that you are sending to us, because some of the things really that the university is sending to us, you don't even have to read that because it's something. But the tangible things, we have talked about the new generation of academics. Somebody is almost 15 years here being a part-time lecturer. The union have sent in a proposal to say, can we consolidate a number of part-time lecturers and create a position? Because if we are not going to change that, yes, we need the industry, but you can't have a plethora of part-time lecturers in this university without, and we are assured that these matters will be taken to council to come up with proposals to consolidate. I mean, you find that 3 people are teaching one module, but they've divided it into segments. I mean, that's very problematic. But sometimes when you speak, the issue of class and segregation, to say, he speaks from a union perspective as if the union is not educated. We might be union leaders, but we are academics in our own right. And that's something that the university is missing. Because some people have got their qualifications during the donkey years, and so many things have changed and modalities. So the university want to see the union striking and closing the university. But unfortunately, we are in a new generation that can defeat you around the table, not necessarily in the street. And that's something that they have not begun to understand. So really, critically, consolidation of part-time lecturers, creating, I will give you an example. If you go to each and every faculty here, you would find that there are a new generation of masters, highly on research students who are just being made part-time. They complete because there's a gatekeeping, knowing that if you are a junior lecturer and you are appointed as a junior lecturer, as soon as you get your masters, the system automatically promotes you to be a lecturer. But that gatekeeping, I mean, we've got people that are supposed no longer to be here. That are supposed to be at home, or maybe helping us with promoting other students, because they can't cope with the demand of the new modern student, but because, our conditions of service and so on. But really, the issues that Dr. Malibu has raised, and if you are not going to get a quarterly communication that tells us on aspect 1, aspect 2, on training and development of workers, the plans that are there for training, so that what are the plans and so on. It's as much as our digital is more of Facebook. CUT likes Facebook and show us pictures of 4IR and people having council having dinner and all these things and what. We're not interested in that. It does not touch the nerve. And I think we might be few here. You don't need a mass meeting. But if tangible plans can be put in place with the various stakeholders represented here, we'll begin to go somewhere. We need to pride ourselves in what we have seen with the disability unit. We have seen what they can do. We have seen the commitment. The DVC academic need to come in. The DVC resources and operation, they need to come out of their cocoons and actually being accountable to the university and the university council in terms of the VC. What has happened to these things? That is why you see our people are not even responsive to a performance management system that is redundant. 30% of people in the university currently have not even responded to this particular performance management system because they don't see value, they don't see how it will change, and is there growth and development in terms of that. So, on that note, Comrade Man, nothing is lost. Yes, we might not have implemented, but the buck must stop somewhere, and the journey must begin. But we need to congratulate you, Comrade Manebu, for the good work that you have done. Normally, we don't congratulate, we criticize. But the union is there to stay, and we shall continue to tramp on their toes until some of them run away. Thank you.
Thank you for raising that thing, Ntate Mokoma, for what you have raised, and talking about the mass meeting, as they would say in political terms, of part-time lecturers that are here and how they'd like to change. And it's not long ago when we have learned, it's so shocking to learn of one of the part-time lecturers actually that is in the electrical engineering department. She's a black female, one amongst the few, but she's a part-time lecturer with a doctorate, you know, in our institution. And it was shocking that now that you're talking about those things, and yet we are talking about transformation. You know, are we waiting for her to go first? And there's quite a few of them actually in there that are raising the bar for us in the electrical engineering department, but they're just there for them to go tomorrow. We are preparing them for the world out there and not keeping them. It was what one of the students were talking about, that what do we do with student assistants that we have? You know, some of them have been there for 2 years doing a incredible work, and how do we then put them in our system so that we don't prepare, we always don't prepare only for industry, but also for our own institution. I will now give over so that we can close. Thank you for listening to me for so long. And yes, the guy asked about the budget that was here. Prof, I also want to know, maybe my money was in there for me to get paid for this day, of course, since it's not in my performance. But thank you for listening. Thank you for the engagements. They were fruitful. You know, it would be good that when we have a task team, we have such an incredible group of people in that task teams to see who wants to see action. I will give now over to Prof, and we are done. Oh, we have 2 seconds. That's good.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Yes.
You have 1 second. Just say thank you and go.
Yeah, 2 seconds. You know, it's like
People coming in.
Oh.
Use the vein.
Oh, are the people coming in 2 minutes? Okay. Yeah, it's like you read my mind, because I was sitting there and I'm looking at the closing remarks on my computer, and I was like thinking, so much has been said in the past 2 days, and I don't want to waste any more of your time, but I want to do 2 things, or one, which will encompass everything. Just to thank everybody who actively ensured that this summit becomes a success, and first and foremost, I would like to thank the program directors from yesterday and from today, Dr. Molete, and then let me also take this opportunity to thank all of the presenters from yesterday and today. And I also specifically want to thank the council member who spent these 2 days with us. I'm very much grateful, sir. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. We are actually very encouraged that a member of council is with us. And this will also ensure that the resolutions report that is going to come out of this particular summit will be implemented by the respective executive members and senior managers. And colleagues, let me also take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for sitting until Friday, almost 4 o'clock, in terms of ensuring that this summit becomes a success. Yes, we might be few, but I just want to ensure you that little is much when God is behind it, and beware of an idea whose time has come. And yes, out of this summit, great things will be achieved. God bless you. Shalom.
Shalom.
Amen. Yeah, she influenced me in a positive way. Hey, budget. Oh, it's a budget specifically. Oh, yes.